Thank you. Thank you. Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jake, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's video, we will be discussing Eddie Hearn and his beef with Dana White and Conor Benn, the Devin Haney debacle, and the upcoming fights that we got coming up. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button, and make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live. Be sure to punch that like and subscribe button, and be sure to support the channel at $ Cash App 2CENTSBOXING, or let me know and drop it in below your 2 cents in a super chat. How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Let's see who we got in the building. I'm gonna let a couple of more people pull up. I've been so distracted all day because I've been trying to edit a video, so I'm behind. So we about to catch up. I'm about to go check the X. We're gonna see what's going on X. This is how I, try to catch up on everything when I be busy. And I just sit down for a second and I just run through X, flip through the YouTube videos. It's the Friday night review show. Y'all know what it is. You know what it is. So let's see. I gotta see this. Jermell Charlo compare his relation. Let's see what Jermell Charlo talking about, y'all. Oh, they are so toxic. Let me see what he talking about real quick.
I'm putting on boxing trying to like my brother on some Cain and Abel shit. Like, nigga attacking his own family. Like, these niggas can't beat me. I'ma still ride with you 33-0 with over 5 years of fucking chaotic problems with you and your family, your kids. He's single. He living in the streets, running. I mean, look, I'm putting on boxing tournaments for kids and my nephews and my brother kids, and I'm doing all these kind of things. All right, Brian. My brother, he got a big old mansion, pool
My
parties
son did just fight in his boxing tournament.
and stuff. He let teenagers have 1,000 kids come over and they all partying at my brother. That's not how I run and live my life. And then what I'm speaking on is something personal, like, and I really don't jump into that. But like my son, his son come to my house and hang with me, and we go to the boxing gym and work out. My son come to go over there and hang out with him. He going partying and stuff, like having that's just two different type of guys. So y'all stop trying to run up on me as if I'm not trying to hold it down for our future. You only seen Jamil Charlo and trouble a couple times, and I still bounce back from all of that. In these fights, I lost a couple times. I had a draw, still bounce back. That's what the name of the game is. Life ain't trying to hold me down,
Are you in, as of right now, are you and your brother's relationship, is it, has it mended, or where is it right now?
man. I believe it's better to just stay out the way and just like focus on me. You go focus on you. You don't need to, I don't talk. I probably talked to my brother 2 times this year, and that's by choice a little bit because we just not on the same page with life. I want shit family good. I want to live life. I go fishing. I'm at peace. Like your boy at peace right now,
Yeah.
and then I feel like I'm way more fired up because I got what I got. I got family to feed. It's a little different. He living got 20 homeboys at the crib every day. I don't got no homeboys and like that. Can't come. Like my life is just a little different.
Got
So it's like you go hang with your brother, you kick it with your brother, take him out to eat. You about to take out about 15 other guys that come around. And I've done that a couple of times and kicked it with them in the city. So it's like I've done that, but I'm not interested in that right
do,
now.
do you
I mean, really, what it sounded like he was saying to me is his brother's a distraction.
I believe
Like it sounds like he's saying that him and his brother are at two different places in their life. And I guess Jamal is probably single now because I think him and his wife got a divorce. So he's single. Jamel is married. You know what I'm saying? He like basically like I'm with my family. I'm with my kids. He over there partying with his homeboys, doing all kind of stuff. He probably going through it after he left his wife. I think they had been together since high school. And to me, he's just saying like, listen, I'm at a better place in my life. I am focused on what I'm doing, and I'm trying to get back in the ring. Like I don't understand why y'all don't like Jamel. Hold on, y'all. Why y'all don't like Jamel? Like these, I lost a couple times. I bounced back. Like, what's up? Like, let's go. Let's get in the ring. I don't understand why y'all giving Jamel such a hard time. Y'all didn't pay attention to him when he was doing his undisputed run, but the moment he lost to Canelo, now everybody got something to say about him. It's crazy. But I think him and his brother has always had like a toxic relationship. It just sounds like to me like he's saying, "Hey, my brother going through something. He doing him right now, and I'm doing me right now." I call and talk to him a couple times, and I just he's just like I gotta focus on what I got going on. He seems like the more responsible brother. So you don't know if Jamal been, you know what I'm saying, he been carrying Jamal and dealing with a lot of stuff from Jamal, and he probably like, you know what, I need to separate myself from that. I don't want to deal with that no more. He just don't like, the relationship is toxic, and he just outgrowing it. He don't want to deal with that no more. He said, I'm fishing, I'm going with my kids. I felt like that was a good answer. He didn't really, bash his brother or nothing like that. I'm sure they both want to be close, but like you say, he got too many people around him right now. He ain't at that point in his life where he's trying to hang out with a whole group of dudes going out with 10, 15 people. He said he ain't trying to do that, and that's understandable. Hold on, let me pull it back up. Oh, so what we got coming up? What Okay, here we go. Some more stuff on X. Let's pull it up. Bill Haney talking his smack. Let's see what Eddie talking about. Listen, we're gonna talk about Eddie tonight. Listen, since Eddie has been in America, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna start paying more attention to Eddie, doing content on him. Of course, we all think Eddie's a snake, but I'm kind of starting to like Eddie a little bit. He's starting to grow on me. Let's see what he's talking about.
And he's talking to him. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes,
have you spoke to him?
No, because I can't do anything with Dev. Like,
why?
Because the money's not there, Con. Like, where unless unless you need these guys, unless you're willing to lose a load of money in the process, you just can't. It's the same with Richardson. It's the same with Devin. I love Devin. We've talked, and if a fight made sense or a number made sense, but he wants crazy money, and so therefore you need someone that's desperate to overpay the marketplace, a bit like I did with him years ago.
Yeah, but that's something you've already invested that money. Is it not worth your while to go back?
No, because we're in a position now of we're number one. So we don't need to overpay crazy numbers to bring talent. Our talent roster is brilliant. And I just, like, if I signed Devin, I just don't know what I would do with it. Like, what would I do? Devin against the winner of Jack Catcher against Shakram Girsov. Okay, Devin's not interested in that. Devin just wants huge money.
You could make the Ryan Garcia fight for him, though.
No, I think, look, the Ryan Conor Ben fight was done ages ago. So that's there. Maybe Devin could fight the winner of that in time. But Devin's got to do what's right for Devin. Rumours Haney's talking to him.
Okay. Let's unpack this. Eddie Hearn is saying, he's saying I can't afford Devin. He said, I can't do nothing with Devin. They want too much money. And I'm thinking in my head, like, golly, how much money are they asking for? How much money are they asking for? And he's saying, like, okay, well, when the zone came in, we was just throwing money around. You seen they gave Andrade money, Devin money, all these people money. And he's just saying that the business, and that's what a lot of people kept saying, right? You hear that all the time. Well, when you first get into business, you got to lose money. You got to lose money. I mean, yeah, you got to lose money. It needs to be something reasonable, of course, that you will be able to recoup. And Eddie Hearn is like, nah, man, I lost too much money. Obviously, he wasn't able to recoup nothing. But Bill Haney responds and he says, Matchroom wasn't number one when we signed. Now you are. Growth like that comes from the right partnerships. We stood with you when it mattered, but loyalty was never reciprocated. Are you standing with somebody if they're overpaying you? Let me know and drop it below. Are you staying with somebody if they're overpaying you? Is like, what does Bill Haney mean by this? We stood with you when it mattered, but loyalty wasn't reciprocated. Eddie Hearn just said they was basically desperate. They was looking for some people to bring in. They thought Devin Haney was probably finna be the next big star. They probably thought they stole one from Floyd. They probably like, we got one from Floyd. Right? And then when it didn't turn up to be what it cracked up to be, like the business just didn't pan out or the contract ran out or whatever the case may be. Because let's not forget, Devin Haney, imagine over-investing in a fighter because you think they're going to be the star for your company. And then when it comes down to them to present themselves as a star, which would be the fight with Lomachenko, he leaves the company to go to another company to fight with Lomachenko and X out the company that invested in him to make him a star. Only to come back years later to ask for that same company. Now, I don't know whatever other problems they had. I'm sure it's other problems because I've heard Eddie Hearn speak of them before. And it's probably the same problems that they're speaking about now with the PBC, as far as coming to the table as promoters, not putting no money up, having the other promoter cover all the expenses and everything, and then splitting the revenue. Or there is no revenue to split, but you've already got your guarantee. So the only person that took an L in the situation is the promoter. Now, I don't know if that's what their aim is, a lot of these fighters, but my business philosophy is a win-win, right? I want both parties involved to win. Now, we may not both win, but we both can leave without feeling like one of us got cheated. Like, that's always my goal in a business interaction. I don't want anybody to feel cheated because I want people to continue to do business with me, right? Business is about relationships. You can't go around burning people, screwing over people, and think that they're going to continue to do business with you, because they are not. And the only way you do get away with things like that is if you have some extraordinary talent or some extraordinary product that people not worried about all that. They just want to get their hands on that or be a part of that. But y'all aren't Floyd Mayweather. Y'all aren't Canelo. Y'all aren't Tank Davis. Y'all aren't none of those people. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's good or bad. Whatever your business philosophy is and however you want to do things, the only issue I'm having is when you try to make things seem like what they are not. When you try to make things seem like what they are not. Just like in this post, you weren't there in a partnership with Eddie Hearn. He wasn't satisfied with the relationship that y'all had. He's been complaining about you for years, Bill and Devin. He's been complaining about y'all for years. He didn't give you tickets to the fight. Then you got on the internet and threw a tantrum like a little brat. You see what I'm saying? You got upset because y'all didn't have any commitment or loyalty for him and you wanted him to bid on your Sandor Martin fight. And then you wanted to be overpaid for that. Like, when are we going to call out the fact that Devin Haney acts like an entitled brat? Seriously. And that's no knock on him. Y'all know I like Devin. I'm a fan of Devin. But the truth is the truth. It is what it is. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later. Here we go. The huge battle between Zerto and Benavidez in Vegas. When the ladies pull up, we're going to talk about that fight. Shakur Stevenson has declined the offer to fight Devin Haney next in a Zuffa Promotions and Ring Magazine promoted fight. At this time, Shakur does not feel capable of fighting a real challenge at 147. Somebody told me Shakur and Devin was having an issue today. Let me look that up, see what Shakur said. They said something about him talking about that the boxing voice. This is what I heard. Y'all let me know if y'all heard something different. The boxing voice. I don't know if y'all comment in the chat because it's not showing me. Let me pull up my YouTube video. The boxing voice came out and said apparently that Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson were going to be fighting with Zuffa on Netflix, and that Devin Haney had already signed his part of the deal. But I'm like, how are you signing deals and you haven't even talked to people? This is the same stuff they were saying with the Ortiz and Boots thing. I'm like, how are y'all signing deals and y'all haven't even talked to nobody? You can't just be like, all right, here's a deal, and then you be like, oh, I'm gonna give it a deal. Like, you don't just. That's weird to me. You don't contact the person, ask if they got, see if they got interest or anything. You just make the deal up and sign it, and then you let them know. And if you think about it, this is the same thing. Hold on. New managing moderators can support your channel in even more ways. Introducing major moderators. These users have the same capabilities as standard moderators. In addition, they can manage block words. Okay, I already knew that. Okay. And make sure y'all punch that like and subscribe button. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, you just make up offers and sign them, and then what? How you gonna sign your part of the deal and I didn't even know we were supposed to be fighting? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. How are you gonna sign your part of the deal? And I didn't even know we were supposed to be fighting. And not only did you sign your part of the deal, and I didn't know we were supposed to be fighting, somehow it got leaked to the public that we're supposed to be fighting, and you signed your part of the deal. Like, what do y'all think people gonna see when people do stuff like that? They tell you two things, right? They tell you two different things. So we've been told two different things, that y'all are supposed to be fighting and you've signed your part of the deal. So when people hear that, they're automatically going to start assuming that if Shakur Stevenson doesn't sign the deal or fight you, then Shakur is ducking you. And that's just absolutely not the truth. That's not the truth, because that's not how they work. But all you got to do is tell people two things, and then two things that you know what conclusion that they will come to, but you're not telling them the conclusion. Shakur Stevenson came out and said, don't believe the false rumors, they making shit up. And then he said, it's crazy how somebody could make up a false rumor, then 1,000 dickheads run with that shit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. And this is the stuff that they do that's not cool. This is a perfect example in 4K. They come out and they say, me and Shakur are supposed to be fighting. I've already signed my part of the deal. Shakur Stevenson comes out and says, don't believe the false rumors, they making up shit. So not only did we ain't in talks, we ain't in none of that. Y'all just came out and made that up. Now, let me know and drop it below in the comments. Why are they doing this? What is the significance of doing this? Because we are, you know how we know they're not fighting? You already know how when they came out and said this, a lot of people should have been like, Cap, because y'all was just calling Shakur Stevenson a duck last week because he said he wasn't going to fight Devin Haney unless it was at 144 pounds, because he fought Ramirez at 144 pounds. So y'all don't get to have it like all of which way. If Shakur Stevenson has already said he ain't going to fight Devin Haney unless it's at 144 pounds, why does Devin Haney get to come out and say, me and Shakur are supposed to fight at 147 pounds. I already signed my part of the deal. You see what I'm saying? Knight Rider say, by that logic, Devin ducked because Rolly signed his part of the deal and Devin didn't. They don't ever use their own logic, Knight Rider. They don't ever use their own logic. I don't know what Shakur B. Stevenson be talking about on Twitter. He just... Jamel Charlo.
Spence is no longer with Derek.
Hold on. Let's see what that said. Jamel Charlo assassinates Derrick James' character by saying his ego got out of control and needed to shut the fuck up instead of disrespecting his coach, John Guzman. He says his preparation for Canelo wasn't ideal as Derrick was more focused on Earl Spence and Anthony Joshua. Okay, let's hear it, Charlo.
You're no longer with Derrick James. Errol Spence is no longer with Derrick James. What happened?
Well, I mean, Derrick James, you know, he started getting a little bit more fighters and a little bit more hype.
Damn. Hold on, y'all. Y'all know Twitter be tweaking on the computer. Let's see who all in the building. We got 21 in here. People in here. Punch that like button on the money line. What's up? Cam J Network in the building. All things in the building. Sunshine Quee in the building. Cam J Network. Lee Jackson in the building. One Stonomus 8657 in the building. What's going on? Who else we got? Gecko Kid Marco in the building. Josh 803. What's up? Savage Killer Queen in the building. Knight Rider. No more sleepwalking in the building. Starting to support early with the $5 in the super chat. He says 2 cents. They bitched about Rolly talking too much, but they drop whatever narrative they want to spread. It's the whole of Haney way, moving backwards. SMH. No more sleepwalking. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with the Haneys, man. It looks like they spiraling. They spiraling. I don't know. I don't understand. I want to understand the point of coming out. I want to understand the point of coming out and making that up. So let's get back on X. I gotta find that video of Jamel Charlo talking about Derrick James again. You know how the screen, the feed be resetting? Y'all know it's Sunday the review show. Let's review. So Zuffa Boxing books 2 more Vegas shows. Per the Nevada Commission, TKO will promote events at the Chelsea at the Cosmopolitan on Sunday, June 28th, and an undecided Las Vegas venue on Sunday, July 12th. Could we see returns of Richardson, Hitchinson, and Edward Berlanga? Come on, man. Y'all gonna put Richardson, Hitchinson, and Edward Berlanga in Vegas? Man, they're gonna, man. Oh, this is what y'all wanted. This is what y'all wanted. I doubt it. I doubt it's Edward Berlanga and Richardson, Hitchinson. I don't know who they could be putting in Vegas. Maybe they're gonna put Shakur and Devin in Vegas. I don't know. Who could Zuffa be putting in Vegas? Let me know and drop it below who y'all think it is. Yeah, Josh 803. I am the late night boxing talk. They got all that boxing talk during the day. I'm the late night boxing talk. It ain't even late, bro. It's 9:30. It ain't even late. What's up, Thomas Hill? So who y'all think that Zuffa gonna be putting in Vegas? Let's talk about it. For some reason, it's like you can talk about certain things in boxing, but then when you talk about other things in boxing, people be like, why are you talking about it? Why are you worried about it? Like, it's boxing. Like, what are we talking about? Of course, we're going to talk about Zuffa. Of course, we're going to talk about what we think. Of course, we're going to talk about where we think this is going to happen at. Like, why y'all trying to silence people from talking about that stuff? That's what's weird to me. And then y'all always try to make it seem like people emotional. Why y'all mad? Why y'all mad? Like, why is that y'all first emotion? Anger? That's not my first emotion. That's not my first emotion. Man, these AI videos be crazy. Damn, why ain't no way kicking? Why they got Tank getting beat up by NOA? They out of line for this. I mean, he getting kicked though. And he got a spin backwards kick. These people crazy.
The guy that I wouldn't be surprised if you talking about getting in a boxing ring with him, bro. You're not gonna last more than one round, I don't think. But you better off saying UFC. Like, Bud is a guy that I wouldn't be surprised if he gets in the UFC and beat the shit out of some guys too, because he got a great wrestling background. I done seen him wrestle real wrestlers on some everyday shit. So I got to be honest with you. I think that thing, I wouldn't put it past him because Bud looked bigger than that guy. He got longer arms. I just wouldn't put it past him. Like, I would not think that. I wouldn't be surprised come fight night if they do an MMA fight, if Bud done knocked him out sleep or choked him to death or something like that. If you're talking about getting it.
Now Bud can beat MMA fighters because he walking around rolling on the ground with niggas all day. Now he can beat MMA fighters. Bud already said he wouldn't go to MMA. If you sleep, go get in your bed. Let me see where we at. I'm trying to wait for the ladies to pull up before it start going down. We got Shakur using his little bro as a measuring stick to see how good Shaq really is. I think this will be making those AIs real boxing news. It says they're in preliminary negotiations. Are y'all in preliminary negotiations or did you already sign the deal? They might be in preliminary negotiations. You never know. You never know. What this say? Per sources, the Tim Tszyu Earl Spence Jr. middleweight fight is being planned for Sunday afternoon, July 26th in Australia, which means a Saturday night, July 25th broadcast in the USA. I wonder why Earl is fighting in Australia. I have a big question about that. Bruh, we've been waiting on you to come back. And you gonna go fight in Australia? Today, Gary Russell Jr. explains why Devin Haney will make Shakur Stevenson work in the ring. Man, I cannot stand Mill City, bro. He just be tripping. All TKO and Zuffa will do is recreate the era in boxing when the fight films were prohibited from crossing interstate lines, leading to a majority of the populace not even knowing events were happening. The Fury fight didn't even crack the global top 10 on Netflix. Wow. Because don't nobody care about Tyson Fury. These people that Zuffa is trying to push and be stars, they're not. Like, it's just weird. It's like they don't get it. They think that the more money they pump behind it, that they can see. I think they have an idea of how they think it works, and it doesn't work how they think it works. This ain't the UFC. This sport has too much history. This is not the UFC.
Yo, it's Teofimo, man, the takeover. You don't want to miss it. May 2nd, Box Fan Expo. Yes, Las Vegas convention. We got merch, we got photos, we got signatures. It's yours truly. Let's get it, baby. The takeover. Woo!
T.O. ruined his brand. All right, let's see what Krishan Rock talking about.
All right, we're going to get it on tomorrow.
All right. Floyd Mayweather still counting money at 49. Private jet, stacks on stacks, flicking through notes like it's life or death. Meanwhile, Mike Tyson at home with his pigeons. Peace versus insecurity. Different kind of wealth. Wow.
I swear this ain't normal. Look at Floyd Mayweather, 49 years old, sitting on a jet, counting money like he's revising for an exam. Man's flicking through notes like, yeah, I'm still rich, I'm still rich, I'm still rich. We get it, mate. Relax. No one's going to take it off ya. Well, allegedly you hear all sorts, don't ya? Unpaid this, RS that. Backlog here, backlog there, allegedly, of course. But look at the energy. This ain't confidence. This is a man trying to convince himself. You ever seen someone so rattled they got to keep counting their own money just to feel calm? It's like, if I stop counting it, does it disappear? Bit sad that, innit? 49 years old and still seeking validation from a stack of notes. Meanwhile, you got Mike Tyson. Man's at home, just vibing with his pigeons, no show, no stress, no look at me energy. Just peace. Funny old world. One man's still insecure like he was in his 20s, and the other one's already found peace with a couple of pigeons and no one to impress.
I don't know what's be up with Floyd. The money thing is like, I don't know, Floyd. You got to relax. What she do? Uh-oh, let's see what they beefing about.
Take this fight. You ain't want this fight.
So y'all want doesn't matter. I gave them 8 weeks.
Y'all was gonna put you on the shelf if you ain't take this fight. You ain't want this fight.
So y'all want a champion. A so-called contract in 3 weeks.
What about the 8-week notice?
What do y'all keep
talk
saying
about the
that
8-week
for?
notice?
Like,
We could have been fighting tomorrow.
We here now.
We could have been fighting tomorrow.
About time.
Yeah, we had to put your back.
Here we go. They going at it, man. It's gonna be a good fight. Who y'all got in the shock fight? We going to that fight is May 30th. We going to that fight is May 30th. Curtis Robinson in the building with the $5 in the super chat. He says supporting the grind for the Queen Friday. SEGMA. Shout out to Curtis Robinson. Y'all pull on up in here. Ruben, what's up? Enigma in the building. He say shit crazy. People still hate on Floyd. That man minding his own business. Man, Floyd got a lot going on. What's up, Junip 5606? What's up, 2 Cent? Finally caught you live. Yeah, 2 Cents ladies night. I'm just waiting for the ladies to pull up before we start going in. 2 Cents. Fact. Somebody got to let Bill Haney know that. What they got to let him know? What they need to let Bill Haney know? Okay, so this is the thing, right? People keep saying, oh, y'all mad Devin Haney going to do for this and this and that. Listen, nobody is mad about Devin going to Zuffa. We're just making the observations, telling you what we think. I'm personally telling you what I think is going to happen with Zuffa, period, as a whole. Just like I let y'all know how this shit was gonna go down with Turkey and how he was gonna destroy the market, and for some reason nobody believed that coming into a market and overpaying and inflating the prices. If I don't like, did y'all take economics in school? Did y'all take it? Because after a period of inflation, what happens after a period of inflation? Does anybody know? What happens after a period of inflation? What can happen after a period of inflation? Let me know. Let me see how me and y'all was in economics. Paid attention to economics. Does anybody know? No more sleepwalking say they missed that class. I'm gonna wait. Does nobody know? Can somebody tell me what can happen after a period of inflation? I don't know who this is. I'm gonna just say your initials. Shout out to JP with the $5 in the Cash App. They say gift. Shout out to JP. A crash. A crash. Turkey tried to treat boxing like the stock market. Listen, stagflation or deflation. But anytime you come into a market and you inflate prices, it's never a good outcome. And that's how I knew this was going to happen. But when you try to tell people basic economic principles, this is not my opinion. I didn't make this up. They just want to argue with you like you saying this because you don't like them because of how you feel emotionally. No, this is just basic economics, y'all. When you come into a market and you inflate the prices, what do y'all think is going to happen? That's how I knew what was going to happen. I'm not a genius. I mean, I am a genius, but you know, that didn't take genius level thought to figure that out. That just took knowing basic economics. That's it. And now you see Fresh 313. Are we not in a boxing recession? Are we in a boxing recession? Yes or no? Are we in a boxing recession? Yes or no? I mean, and this, let me say this, right? Of course, we're going to talk about Devin. Of course, we're going to talk about Zuffa. This is boxing, and this is the current topic. I hate when people try to make it seem like because you're talking about Devin or you're talking about Shakur, this mean they some type of face or their popularity is more than. No, they're just the current topic in boxing, and this is what we're talking about. Even Eddie Hearn, even the reporter is asking about Devin and what's going on with him. Because what happened is Devin has had his prices inflated, his purses of what he was being paid, it was inflated, and now he's stagnant. Stagflation. Now he's stagnant. He's going around and everybody like, I can't afford, no, I'm not about to pay you that. I'm not about to pay you that. I'm not about to pay you that. Because what do people have to do when they're in a recession? They got to lower prices. Why do they got to lower prices? Why do they got to lower prices? So I don't understand how people in their 30s and their 40s, and they've lived through these economic cycles, the boom and the bust, the inflation, the stagflation, the deflation, the recessions. Y'all have lived through those. But for some reason, you can't take those simple concepts and apply them to boxing. You think boxing is going to be different? You think boxing is not a market also? It don't operate and work just like everything else? Coming into a market and inflating prices is never good. That's how I knew that anything Turkey was doing, it wasn't going to turn out good. I told y'all he came to crash the market. And he did that by inflating the fighters' purses and paying them way more than what they deserved. And so now that he's left the market, so to speak, the regular market that he was in, he's now over there trying to create his own market. Devin Haney is the perfect example to show what I was said was going to happen. And so now you got people don't have a problem with Devin. They just like, bro, like, just because this is business, just because I don't want to overpay you, that don't mean I don't like you. I don't know why y'all inflate emotional stuff into everything. It has nothing to do with like. At the end of the day, Eddie was at a point in his business to where he was willing to lose the money on Devin Haney because they were trying to build a brand. The brand is built. Just because you stay here while I overpaid you is not a representation of your loyalty. And you know why it's not a representation of your loyalty, Bill? Because as soon as you had the opportunity to run off to go fight Lomachenko for Undisputed, that's exactly what you did. What are you talking about? I don't know if they be serious or if they really just don't have any self-awareness or any accountability for themselves. And I've been pointing this out about the Haneys. And as soon as you try to just point out things and give criticisms, the Haney fans get so emotional, like they just shut down like children. And they don't hear anything you're saying. And it's like they fold their arms and they pound the court. They just doing Devin. They stick their lip out at the bottom. They fold their arms and they push them hard to their chest. You just don't like Devin. They don't want to give Devin a guarantee. I got a video coming out about that I kind of broke some things down and gave my 2 cents about that situation. No More Sleepwalking said, it's have continued to evolve, but the change that is happening is a horrible thing to watch. I mean, sometimes things got to get worse before they get better. I think there was a misconception of thinking that these people that have never been involved in boxing ever and are basically trying to come in and corporatize boxing. They want to corporatize boxing. TKO, Zuffa, they're publicly traded companies. And once again, basic economics. Anytime you have a publicly traded company, this is a high IQ platform over here. We're gonna learn some real stuff. Anytime you have a publicly traded company, can somebody in the chat tell me who is the most important people when you have a publicly traded company? Who are the most important people? Let me know and drop it below. Who are the most important people? What's this QR code for? Hold on, y'all. I don't know what that link is, but No More Sleepwalking say the shareholders. So what you mean, no more sleepwalking? I thought that Dana and Zuffa and them, that they was coming to do all these great things for the fighters. Why? How is the fighters not the most important people? What do you mean the shareholders? They don't get in the ring and risk their lives. They're a publicly traded company, guys. Have you ever worked for a company that was just like maybe a mom and pop or up and coming company, and then the company turns corporate and now everything is some BS? They don't care about the customer no more. They just focus on percentages and numbers and the dollar, the bottom line. Have y'all ever experienced that? Because I have. You turn something corporate, only thing that matters is numbers. Corporate, they don't care about, the only thing they care about are numbers. Go look up corporations and all the F stuff they do and think about it. Let me give y'all a perfect example. Boeing. Y'all remember when Boeing had that whole fiasco where they had doors and stuff falling off and all of this stuff that they had going on? Do you think that Boeing cared about their passengers, or were they trying to save money to make as much profit as possible for the shareholders? And this is an airplane we talking about. This is an airplane. They had doors falling off the airplane in the sky. But they was trying to cut costs and cut corners to make as much profit as possible so they can make more money for who? The shareholders. So what I'm telling y'all, I'm not making it up. It's not because I like the PBC. That's another, like, please. I get so irritated. And maybe I just got to stop this. Maybe it's just a YouTube thing to say that. I get so irritated when people tell me that my opinion is based because of the PBC, or because I'm a Tank fan, or because I don't like somebody. Please don't insult my intelligence like that, y'all. Please don't insult my intelligence, and please don't insult my emotional intelligence like that. Do you think I'm up here trying to explain to y'all what happens when companies go corporate? When the economic cycle, I'm trying to explain to you inflation and recession, stagflation and deflation. I could say all of that, give you examples. I could say all of that, and then you would just follow up with, you just saying that because you like the PBC. Or you just saying that because you a Tank fan. Y'all stop saying that, man. Let's have some intellectual conversations in this boxing space. It's time to up the level of conversation that we have in this boxing space. And that's what I'm doing over here at 2CENTSBOXING. This is a high IQ platform. You entitled to your own opinion. Don't get me wrong. It's just the conversation is we're gonna keep it a high IQ platform. We're not gonna have emotional conversations over here. You feel what I'm saying? I'm trying to style to the ladies pull up. I don't want to get the cooking, you know. Let's see, who is this? Oh, he don't want to fight Terrence Crawford no more? Fans are willing to bet 500 and more on Haney versus Shakur fight. Let me see. Trying to see what else is going on. Let's pull up. I wanted to show y'all a video that I watched with Sean Zattel and Radio Raheem about the Zuffa hearing and the Ali hearing. And I was like, this is what I've been trying to say, right? They say what I've been trying to say to y'all. They said a little bit better. So I'm about to pull it up. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to review it. 503 Lion Houston in the building. What up? Ohana in the building. What up, Ohana? Curtis Robinson. I think I already spoke to Curtis. T Hill in the building. What up, T Hill? Hey, fellas, listen. Y'all can always call in at 281. I need to call this the lady only boxing panel men call in show. So, y'all used to call in, fellas. I don't know what happened. I think my Google Voice stopped working. Let me put my Google Voice back on. Google Voice. And this is the thing I want to say about the Ali hearing. I mean, it was already done. Like it's politics. They already paid off who they need to pay off. They already did what they needed to do. And when 5 years from now, man, y'all better not complain. I don't want to hear it. When your fighters, when this going on and that going on and this ain't happening and this ain't happening, they getting treated like this and they complaining. It's over with. It's over with. Because who y'all think is going to come in the boxing to fix it? What's wrong with this? How do I pull up my Google Voice? Google. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, fellas. I'm trying to open up the phone lines. All right, here we go. All right, boom. Phone lines is open, fellas. This is a long video, but we can kind of cook on it.
And their accord. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to litigate something. That just means that's.
All right. I've said these things. You got Sean. You got Radio Raheem. You got a white man and a black man telling you the same thing I've been telling you. So maybe some of y'all will catch on now. Maybe it'll get through to some of y'all now. They say what I've been trying to say a little bit better than I say it. Let's hear what they got to say. Yeah, Planet 619, what's up? Cornelius in the building, what up? Boxing Hacker, what's going on? Yeah, it's pretty much, it was a done deal. They already paid off who they needed to pay off. Listen, going there and sitting there like what Ali did and Oscar De La Hoya did, if you ain't been doing no lobbying and paying no money, you can go up there and read your speech and yell and scream and snot and cry. Ain't none of that shit gonna matter. I don't understand why people even do that. If you ain't been putting your money where your mouth is, that's money talks in politics. Money talks in politics, not sentiment. They don't care about how you feel. If you wasn't playing the political game, nobody was playing the political game. Like boxing, just let it happen. Maybe they gonna find a way to benefit from it too somehow. Nobody put no money together. Eddie, Oscar, Al, Bob, they didn't all come together, put a couple mil up, pay a couple politicians off, politic and lobby, shake hands, go to lunches. They ain't do none of that. They wrote a letter, went up there and did a speech. Yeah, it was gonna pass. It was gonna pass. Nobody was worried about it, seemed like. Now what's happening is I feel like wasn't nobody saying nothing in the beginning because they was trying to get some of that oil money. Oil money. They were trying to get some of that oil money. But see, now that the oil money is out, people want to step up and be trying to say something, but it's too late. Oscar, the audacity, Oscar. I mean, cool, you stepping up and saying something cool, but Oscar, you was one of the first ones Johnson bouncing, Oscar. Oscar. You was one of the first ones Johnson bouncing, Oscar. Remember, you did a Mexican day in Saudi Arabia. You did a Mexican day in Saudi Arabia, Oscar. You did that. You was in bed with Turkey. Mexican day in Saudi Arabia. You sold Turkey the Ring magazine. Now, I did hear Oscar say in one of the Clapback Thursday, basically he was saying, I pretty much played you, Turkey, because you paid so much money for a dead asset. However, at the same time, it might have been a dead asset to you, Oscar. But you sold it to Turkey. What did you think that he was going to do with it? I told y'all what he was going to do with it. He's going to use it to spread lies and propaganda. And not only did I tell you that's what he was going to do with it, Turkey came out and told you that's what he was doing with it with the whole Canelo thing. You can't make this up, y'all. You cannot make this up. Turkey literally came out and said, I got to find that video. I got to do a better job of downloading videos and keeping them, y'all. I'm a horrible content creator. I mean, I just see stuff and watch it and don't download it, don't save it, don't keep track of it or nothing. I got to get better with that. So it's just so many things y'all have overlooked. Maybe one day I'll just put a whole video together about it so I can put it all in front of you in a timely, very neatly presented package with graphics and animations, and then maybe some of y'all will understand. Because Turkey has already used the ring for propaganda. He's already done it. So why, when people say it's used for propaganda, there's pushback? He's been doing it, but he's literally came out and told you, for the last few days, I've been lying. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, stupid Americans. I've been lying. Yep, I've been lying. Turkey came out and was like, I told the truth. I've been lying. I told the truth. I've been lying. And y'all was like, he told the truth. He said he was lying. He told the truth. I see my homies in the building. Shout out Juke. Shout out Key. There is the link. Y'all here at the perfect time. We're about to review this video. We about to review the video. See, all those people we be arguing with, they don't be over here when we be having these high IQ conversations. When we reading the Ali Act, when we reading articles, they don't be over here. Matter of fact, I was on Frequent Channel the other day with a panel full of people. Y'all know Frequent like to yell at me when I go on his panel because he feels some type of way because he be getting kicked off of everybody else's panel. The only time I ever kick Frequent off my panel is when he be talking over people. But he be over there taking it out on me. He be yelling, his voice be cracking. You got to come over there. It's hilarious. And I'll be like, Freak, just because you yelling Frequent don't mean it's right. But shout out to Frequent Fly. So I'm on their panel the other day, and I'm trying to tell them that the Ali Act, it ain't going to do what they think it's going to do. And they telling me it's going to do this and do that. And I asked a simple question. Have you read it? And guess what the answer was, y'all? Have you read the original act? And have you read the one with the amendments? Guess what the answer was, y'all? They've been ripping and running around, defending and promoting something that they haven't even read. Is that not egregious? So I said, pull up the act. Let's read it. Do y'all know they pulled up that act and read one paragraph? They pulled up the act and read one paragraph. So I don't know. I mean, these are the people that we're talking to. Normally I don't argue with people void of all the facts, but it's YouTube. It's YouTube. Let me pin this link to the top of the chat because y'all know I'll start talking and going and going and going, and then it'll be an hour and I didn't even realize I was talking. Y'all know when I first started my YouTube, I used to be like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna talk about. I don't think I can be up there talking all day like that. How I'm gonna be talking for hours straight. Easy. No, I'm not gonna say it's easy, but it's easy. Shout out Jupe in the building. What up, Jupe?
Hey, how are you? Hey, what's going on?
What's up? I mean, I don't know how we just move from proving a point to proving a point to proving a point, and still nobody wants to listen when we present facts and evidence, past events. You know, past events is the best future of future, the best predictor of future behaviors. And
Absolutely.
we're trying to point it out, and it's just like I don't get it. But you know, it's YouTube. It's YouTube. Can't think too hard about it. So I have pulled up this video with Sean Zattel and Radio Raheem, and I think they say a lot of what we've been trying to say. Of course, they say it in a different way and presented in a different manner. But I figured, Drew, maybe since they was men and one is white and one is black, that maybe this can finally, not ain't heard it from us, the white man and the black man. Maybe it could sink into their skulls a little bit better.
Oh, I hate to say it, but I think you're right. Like, I do think that people take information like this is just something that's just well known, is documented. The boxing space is very male dominated. Even when it comes to women boxing, is male dominated so far as the audience and the media. And people don't like learning stuff from women. They can say they do, they do not. They don't like to hear. They like. I think they like hearing us cook, whatever. But it's just there's some resistance. So I do think that should help if they say it. But I think certain folks are so far gone, it ain't gonna matter who say it.
Of course. So let's review this, Juke.
Point about TKO's a superpower who has the best network deal right now in the sport and has all this economic might and has the vision, the great vision of Dana White, then why are we here in Washington? Why you have all those things going for you already, compete in the free market and win, which is supposed to be the American way. And I want to say, because a lot of people, Raheem, they try to say you're being.
Let me mention that too, because this is another thing I spoke on, Juke. I told people, why are y'all okay with a foreign entity coming over to the United States and taking over any market? Why? And I told them America first. You know, they call me MAGA, Juke, because I said America first.
Right.
They call me MAGA.
And you can prioritize what's going on in the country without not saying that doesn't mean you don't care about what's going on in other countries because everyone's connected. But yeah, I think because that's MAGA's motto or that's something he's used, they think you're MAGA. But no, I get what you're saying. It's crazy how and I kind of touched on it earlier today. People have a particular vendetta against a person, and so it's like they kind of got their tunnel vision on, and they're not seeing the grand scheme. They think at any point they just thought they need to get a win over someone and don't see the big picture, and then you're gonna have a big loss against Turkey. They think Turkey's on their side, Sure. And a lot of these fans, I keep telling y'all, are not traditional boxing fans. They don't love the sport. They haven't followed the sport long. That's when we talk about the history, they get annoyed. They don't.
They do get annoyed.
They do get annoyed because like today.
Why do they get annoyed?
Remember today, people in the chat, oh, it's an echo chamber. We were talking about historical facts, and I'm like, because it's a fact, they don't understand the difference between that and opinions, and they just They get annoyed when you just bring up, because they don't care. Their goal is to win a particular argument for a particular person at that particular time, and they don't care what is lost, damaged, destroyed in the interim. Because this either, like, boxing is a very like it's a cultural thing. It's something that, like, we've been doing for a long time, especially in America. There's a time where there's boxing gyms on every corner, and certain people don't. It doesn't resonate with them. It's not a part of their culture, or they didn't understand it, and so now they can. So now, in today's day, you have this cult following. You have these parasocial relationship with people, where you have like this. Oh, I like this particular person. And this person that I like is beyond that. They think they're bigger than a program.
Right.
And you see it in hip hop too, because I'm a hip hop head. Like, people don't know that I'm a hip hop head. Like, I see it when it comes to like that last beef with Drake and Kendrick, just for example. You have people who like Drake, and I like Drake too, but they're not fans of hip hop. They're fans of Drake. Right. And so they'll defend Drake or defend artists. Some people even Kendrick too, but mostly Drake fans. They'll defend the artist irregardless of the damage it brings to the art form itself. And that's the problem. We have a huge fandom thing going on right now, and you see it in multiple disciplines, whether it's hip hop, whether it's sports, basketball, football, boxing. Maybe it could be the Olympics. I don't know. But people themselves to a person, and they think they're bigger than the program, and they like that person more than the thing that they represent.
It's idol worship.
Yeah, it's a lot of idol worship. So when I'm talking about history, you have Haney fans like, oh, it sounds like, they didn't even use the term correctly. What he said was a echo chamber. If you're speaking facts, an echo chamber is when everyone just repeating saying opinions. We weren't talking opinions, we're talking facts, but they don't know the difference. And so, like, well, I just have a different view. It's like I say, water's wet. They're like, yeah, but I don't know if water's wet. It's a solid. No, you don't have a different view. You're dumb. And they don't register that. It's like, no, right? So that's what's happening. And I think that parasocial weirdness is going on. It's just affecting boxing to the point where you can't have conversations anymore, and it's really ruining the sport.
We bringing back high IQ boxing conversations over here on 2 Cents Boxing Ladies Night. Let's check this video out.
Activist to me on social media, right? But the actual definition of activism is trying to enact political change, and the only people trying to do that in Washington D.C. right now are TKO. I'm not trying to enact political change. I'm pointing out the activism by TKO and its supporters and the flaws within their thinking and what they're trying to do. And I'll also remind people, before we get to all the boxing stuff and the points I want to make about it, there is a gulf of a difference between a Republican war hero around Y2K doing his job, right? That's what a politician's supposed to do technically, is try to push for reform or do whatever, what have you, whether you ultimately agree with it or not. It's a big difference between John McCain, a Republican politician, pushing for a change alongside fighters to protect fighters, and a private corporation, really conglomerate, trying to use their political might and connections as a private business, well, now public business, they're publicly traded, to try to enact change while being subsidized by a foreign government that is right now still in a federal court in New York for the victims of 9/11, for their government being complicit in those attacks.
Woo! I gotta rewind that, Jew.
Wow. Sean, I ain't gonna lie, Sean's one of my favorite. Like, I'm not. Boxing media is really just mostly terrible. Sean is one of the few people who, like, does his due diligence, does his homework, and be on some
They on Sean ass, Juke, because he's such a big voice in the
because
space.
Sean isn't bought. Well, he's not yet, and you have that's very rare right now in boxing media.
They probably tried to buy Sean Juke. He probably turned them down, man.
Yeah,
See, people gotta
Sean been on
be
point for a minute. I mean, isn't Sean the one that got in trouble during the Canelo Bud build-up for asking the question?
Yep, he came at Dana White.
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, and he that America First. This is exactly what I was talking about. Let me rewind what he just said. Let me rewind that. And see, Juke, I put something like this on, the numbers drop. And this is what we're talking about. Like, why do you not want to educate yourself? Like, it's like, oh, they're making a point. Let me leave. Why do you not want to educate yourself on what's going on?
They don't. They're anti. I hate to say it. There's a very anti-intellectual push happening in the country. Not just our country, other countries. There's a huge anti-intellectual push. Like, and people are not understanding. Like, they're being dumbed down intentionally. And that's what I think about earlier today. We're talking all these facts. I'm bringing out all these facts, stats, talking, and the response I'm getting is that, "Oh, you mad?" And I'm sitting here like, and I'm looking, and these are young Black brothers, and it was just so embarrassing to me. I'm like, y'all are so like, why embarrassed? I don't know how to express. I don't know how further I can express my disappointment, and like how, and like they love that. They love to see how dumb folks are and don't. And I don't want to say dumb. It's like you don't want to be educated. You have a particular view, and now you want to fight that viewpoint. But that's how the elite take control. That's how you dumb down a nation to get feudalism, right? A lot of people. I'm probably speaking over folks, like speaking beyond what folks understand. But that's how you go from a democracy to capitalism to feudalism, right? It's those steps where you get people to dumb down enough where you're just arguing points and they can just slip anything past you. Like what's happening
that's exactly what just happened with this.
Yeah, like I kept saying, boxing is a microcosm, and it always has been. Boxing is a microcosm of the world, or at the very minimum of the political affairs that's happening in the country at minimum. You know,
let me get this cash app real quick, and then we're gonna finish the video. Shout out to Boxing Hacker with the $5 in the super chat. He says, water is not wet. We just get annoyed because Juke says things wrong and claim it is fact. Boxing Hacker, you do that every day. How can water be wet? Laughing my ass off.
Okay.
Don't respond. Don't respond.
No, I'm not. And he says I get mad. Anything I say, they say I get mad.
No, they say they get annoyed because you're saying stuff that's not true, which Boxing Hacker is the last person to say somebody is saying something that's
What's
not
so
true.
funny is that he said, how can water be? And that just let me know that he's not from our culture. He doesn't understand the colloquialism that I just utilized because it's not a part of his lexicon, it's not a part of his history. He said, how can water be wet? That is just the thing he wrote out doesn't make sense when you don't you're trying to speak on something that you don't understand. It's not a part of your lexicon, not a part of your lineage. So maybe that's why you're looking really ignorant right now. Nothing you said makes sense.
All right, here we go. Let's listen. Boxing Hacker, listen to this, Boxing Hacker.
Politician pushing for a change alongside fighters to protect fighters, and a private corporation, really conglomerate, trying to use their political might and connections as a private business, well, now public business, they're publicly traded, to try to enact change while being subsidized by a foreign government.
I thought Key was in the building.
That is right now still in a federal court in New York for the victims of 9/11 for their government being complicit in those attacks. And by the way, something that came out in February of this year, just to get really deep about it, in February, the LA Times reported that Jeffrey Epstein, who would exchange multiple gifts with the Saudi government and Mohammed bin Salman, he was in emails in 2016 trying to get Ken Starr and Catherine, let me see her name right here, Kathleen Rumler, to do what they can with their political power in Washington to push back this lawsuit by his quote, in litigation for 5 to 10 years. He said that in 2016. 9 years later in 2025, as things went to discovery in New York City, they find connections there. And that lawsuit that Epstein was talking about in his emails is now gaining momentum for those said families. So I say all that to say that's a big difference between a company, a business using lobbying power to further their economic goals and business goals versus what the original Ali Act was built on 26 years ago by an actual Republican senator trying to, alongside fighters, make a change to protect fighters. But so yeah, before people, because people continue to turn this to fighter pay. And yeah, that's certainly one segment of all this. But I continue to try to point out to people, this is a lot deeper than even anything regarding boxing. You don't let and this whole, the Paramount Warner Brothers merger that Khan is bragging about, we got the biggest deal in town. $24 billion of that is subsidized by the Gulf countries over there. So you don't let that kind of foreign, what I'm saying is, if we weren't in Washington right now and TKO were simply just trying to compete and they got all the resources to compete and win and apparently all the vision and everything, then I wouldn't be up here talking about this. It would be game on. And if TKO was on its way to kicking everybody's ass, then that's all good. But the truth is, without this bill being passed, you've seen what they're capable of their first couple of months. And it's really not that different than what Hearn did in 2018 with DAZN and what Heyman did in 2015. And that's blow through other people's money, except they at least put on some notable fights with notable fighters, which they have yet to really do. Sans Jai Opataya.
Okay.
Oh, he cooked.
What's your 2 cents about that, Juke? Did he just not say he ain't put on no fights?
Listen, they're not. He's right. Like he said, if it was a free market situation, and
this is what we've been trying to say, Juke. He is saying it so eloquently.
He said that so eloquently, and he's right. No one has a problem with you coming in a free market. If you can't compete without changing the rules and laws, that's telling you right there what you're in for. He has to change the rules and laws that's been in place for 26 years in order to get a leg up, despite the fact they have way more money. Everyone knows that those countries, Saudi Arabia, whether it's United Arab Emirates, everybody know they got buku crazy money. Everyone knows that. And even with that money, you put some, you had a good card or two. You've done some decent things, but you did it with. Think about if you compare it even. Think about what Heyman did by just, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get an investment company. He doesn't have a whole country backing him. He doesn't have a foreign entity backing him. And what he was able to produce versus what Turkey was able to produce with foreign backing, foreign money, an entire government, right? Is like, this is not some private company. Heyman did what he did, backing of a private company. He, bought TV time. He built his fighters up, and then it kind of started to, support itself because of the revenue. Turkey,
because Turkey didn't come here. I'm not to cut you off, Juke, but Turkey didn't come here to really put on good fights. He came here to push an agenda. That's the difference,
right? And we see who treated the fighters better. And at the end of the day, I mean, of course, it's gonna look good in the beginning. But I love what he said. It's kind of look at what Hearn did. Hearn remember he got the $1 billion backing and they lost it. You come in with a lot of money because you're going to burn money and you're going to burn money up front. But the goal is to eventually start making a profit.
Like Matchroom. Well, I don't even think Matchroom's still making a profit, but they built.
Yeah, I don't know if Matchroom might, like DAZN been in a hole for years.
They're not making a profit. Remember we looked up there,
they've been in the red for years, and that's what's so funny. Everybody keeps talking about PBC in a hole. PBC kind of got out of it because what Al was brilliant. They were like, oh, he's buying TV time, because he wanted to make sure his guys got out in front to the point where they were household names. Which is why majority of the largest stars, the biggest revenue generators, all were PBC. So they were self-sustaining. He made them self-sustainable. Matchroom never became self-sustainable. Turkey never became self-sustaable. Facts. He never did. They will all, and so in order to become self-sustainable, they have to have something like Zuffa, where they are where the fighter owns nothing, makes none of the back end revenue. and they shrink the fighter down so they can sell you at a discounted amount and get all the revenue off of you. Heyman's the only person who was able to market these fighters. They all got money, and the fighter got money too. It's the only situation that worked for the fighter. Everybody other situation, what did her end up doing? Cutting paychecks. Remember when Canelo sued DAZN? People forget Canelo sued DAZN.
Yep, but guess what? Guess what's gonna happen when Zuffa do that, Juke?
Yeah.
You ain't gonna be able to sue him. You ain't gonna be able to sue him.
No, you're not going to be able to. Well, you're going to have to go to arbitration with the lawyers of their choosing. You're going to have to. And that's all we're saying. I pray I'm wrong. I pray that the guy who was looking over their paperwork is wrong. But from what I'm seeing, yeah.
But people just don't want to acknowledge that that's a possibility. This is what we're saying could happen. Like, I think it's most likely going to happen. It's a possibility they build stars and it be the best.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I'm not like completely anti them, but like
I'm not anti. I'm just pointing out what I think is going to happen.
Also, like I'm a boxing
Let me shout out to Key. Shout out Key who just hopped up on the panel. What up, Key?
Hey, baby.
Hey, ladies.
Key, I feel like I haven't talked to you in so long. Key.
I know, right? I know. Hey, y'all. Hey. Salute to the beautiful queen, 2 Cents and Juke. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button.
Key back, y'all.
Man. Okay, so I want to get this out because y'all was cooking. And I want to get this off to segue into the Zuffa thing, right? I think that's what y'all was talking about, right? Y'all was talking about that, right?
We're reviewing this video right here.
Okay. So real quick before you press play, I just want to get this off. So there's some issues, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because of what's going on with Saudi Arabia and everything. Now I told y'all. I said it the other day on Upper's channel, basically cross-referencing what's going on with the divestment, basically the de-investment of these countries with everything that's going on with this Iran war. We called it several weeks ago. We was on 2 Cents channel, Jupe and I, and we were talking about this war, and we were saying, they might be, divesting into the U.S. Well, they caught Daniel Kinahan. I put it out there and I showed the proof that was a deal, that was a backdoor deal that was made with the U.S. and the UAE with Dubai to get Daniel Kinahan. We're waiting for him to get extradited. They mentioned that there's
you can't get extradited from Dubai. That's why the criminals go there and hide.
In war, yes, you can. So,
you know what? Okay, let me ask something, Key.
Yes, of course.
So, if you are U.S., if it's so, to my understanding, and I could be wrong, Key, correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If the reason why he was extradited is because of the people who led this situation, led the whole search and bust, is not the U.S. They were part of it, but it was Ireland. And according to Ireland, remember, it was Ireland. In Ireland, you can be extradited from Dubai to Ireland.
Oh,
that's
but the thing is, who was one of our buddies? Ireland. You see what I'm saying?
No, it was multiple countries. So this thing, it was a multinational issue. It was multiple countries who's won it. He was won it by United Kingdom, Ireland,
yes.
I think another 2 countries. But the people who could extradite him was Ireland, which that's what makes sense to me because Kinahan, you're Irish. Why would you go to a country that?
But there's reports, there are rumors, and I get that, and I agree. But there are rumors that he could be extradited because last year in July, I believe, or August, I had read an indictment of California. California had just indicted Kinahan and went through the trial and everything. Of course, he was a no-show. And a warrant was issued for him there as well. So he has several arrest warrants issued for America as well. I feel as though what I read in the article and with the UAE requesting reparations from the U.S., which Scott Bessent, the U.S. Treasury, has came out and basically said we're going to do it. He did a congressional hearing, either I think it was yesterday, the day before yesterday. He basically agreed that that's what they're going to do. So I would not be surprised if Kinahan is going to be extradited and charged in the U.S., right? Now, I'm saying this stuff for a reason because I got some more news. All right. Now, that was the other one. Scott Bessent has agreed that the UAE and all of them finna do business. Basically, it's a reparations payment. But however, there is some more news that, again, this geopolitical stuff is connected to boxing. Now, 2 Cents, I'm sure, has read the article or talked to you guys about Saudi Arabia's investment in entertainment, and boxing was not mentioned. Also, golfing has went up. They have officially divested in golf. Okay, Saudi Arabia has pulled it from golf and the Tom Brady's flag football thing that they were trying to have. Right now, here's another one: wrestling. Rumor has it. Okay, rumor has it that several wrestlers will be given a pink slip from wrestling due to money management. Now this comes on the helm of, hold on, yes, now this comes on the helm, and I'm gonna put it in the private chat for 2 Cents to read. Now this comes on the helm of wrestling's financials being broadcasted. I didn't even know that the Rock them is still getting paid to this day. Okay, they're stakeholders, they're shareholders, yes. And all these people, including the individual, what's his name, Nick Khan, who was at the Muhammad Ali hearing, he's getting paid millions. So MMA fighters are now up in a roar. Some of them are up in a roar because these individuals who are a part of PLF and Sela and TKO and Zufa will still have their stock shareholdings of millions of dollars. Meanwhile, allegedly, wrestlers will be given the pink slip or will be cut or have their hours reduced. Okay, from this. Now, also, it has been revealed that Saudi Arabia, because of this ongoing war, and remember when we myself, Jupe, 2 Cents were talking about PLF and how Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, sits on the board for PLF with the same Saudi Arabians and UAE folks, Dubai folks, all of them. They just got the deal with Paramount, helped them get the deal and all of that, right? Well, allegedly, now this is allegedly, Saudi Arabia is now getting their transferring their currency into the Chinese yuan. Now, what does this mean? That means that they're cutting off the US dollar. Now, the article, now I'm saying all this stuff for a reason. First, we had the article come out that said that they're divesting into the US due to this war. Then we get Daniel Kinahan picked up with the UAE and Ireland. Okay. All right, which I feel as though it was a backdoor deal. Well, I can't even say that because it said it in the article that I read was basically a backdoor dealing. Okay, now we have the financials come out for wrestling with everybody, including Nick Khan's money of how much he makes. Okay, and now we have reports coming out that Saudi Arabia is transferring their money into the Chinese yuan. What does this have to do with boxing? Everything. They've already divested from golf, and that's how they came into this business, was with golf. Juke could back me up on that. And they're divesting into the Tom Brady's whatever league he got going on up over there. So this is heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Everything that's going on. And as we know, we have already ordered several other aircraft carriers and military. over to Iran. There is no ceasefire. I don't know why they keep calling it. It's not a ceasefire. And this is about to heat up. So how this is going to manifest with Zuffa Boxing and Dana White and everything, basically stay tuned, because it appears that there's some money issues going on and how they trying to do with geopolitics. So that's what I got. What y'all want to say with that, Jupe and
That's
2
a
Cents?
lot. That's a lot.
I'm finna put the articles up. I'm finna do
Yeah,
that while y'all
please
talking.
do. I'm like, I don't know if 2 Cents want to go first. We'll get a lady. This is a channel.
Go ahead, Drew.
Okay. No, that makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, and I always say that actions have consequences. Voting, and I don't want to get too political, but this is very political. This subject, like he's saying, like boxing, I just said before you got on, Key, I don't know if you heard me. I said boxing has always been a microcosm of what's happening kind of like, nationally, sometimes internationally. It makes sense that they would go towards the Chinese yen. Because the Chinese are, the U.S. is losing its superpower status. Does that bother me? Not really. But in the day, the reality is that you were baited into a war with Iran, and we have our allies are a lot of these Middle Eastern countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, right? The petrodollar deals with Saudi Arabia. That deal kind of expired. We now protect them, but they want war with Iran on their behalf, right? I don't know how much people understand geopolitics. I stay on track. I try to stay on track of geopolitics. I'm not that well versed, but I kind of got a general concept. So at the end of the day, yeah, we're fighting a war for them in a sense, but it also helps us because at the end of the day, the petrodollar is what kept the dollar strong. Petrodollar, for anybody who doesn't understand, the dollar used to be backed by gold. That stopped happening under Kennedy years and years and years ago, right? So the reason why it made the dollar strong was the petrodollar, because we made a deal with Saudi Arabia and all the oil producing countries that, hey, when they buy oil, they have to buy it in US dollars. So because everyone had to then purchase US dollars, that made the dollar strong. That's why our currency became so strong, right?
Right.
So, right, but it's not backed by anything other than that. So now you have these countries at war, and now but that particular country with that white and blue flag said, hey, I want y'all to war with Iran. So now you're warring with Iran, but Iran is stronger than everybody. Anybody with common sense knew don't mess with Iran. Like, we struggle with Afghanistan and freaking Iraq. Iran is stronger, and like they're literally the country with scientists. Like, that's what they do. So this is a dumb decision to war with them. So now we're warring with them. And so they might not have a weapon to reach us, but they have a weapon to reach all of the people that help us with that petrodollar. So they're bombing the heck out of all those neighboring countries, right? So now the oil has gone up, right? Because the price of oil has gone up because they're destroying oil fields. So this is just a ripple effect. So it does make sense for them to say, okay, we get away from the petrodollar. You ain't protecting us, U.S., because of course you are put in a possible situation because they got a dummy. Because I don't know if y'all know, they've been trying to get Israel been trying to get United States to attack Iran for years now. It's just that Biden wouldn't do it, Obama wouldn't do it. They got Trump to do it. Okay, this is what they wanted. So now you're in a situation where you can't win. So now, of course, Saudi Arabia, if they got it out, they got it out. They can just go to the China. So I can understand they would dump the U.S., start putting currency in yen or whatever Chinese currency is that will deflate the dollar, deflate the value. It absolutely makes sense to me. And I'm sorry, I mean to go into the weeds with y'all, but I have to explain that. So all this makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense. And people keep saying, oh, and now you have this multi-billion dollar sale of all the media. So one family will own almost all the media when it comes to that Paramount deal. And so, yeah, so at this point, But Saudi Arabia is losing money still, right? So now at this point, they're gonna go whoever is the sugar daddy, the highest bidder, because everything is getting bombed for them. So this is just a mess. This is a mess. And at the end of the day, the whole point of them getting into sports was for tourism. That was the whole point. The whole point was
Allegedly.
to at least to my understanding, right? Wasn't it to get them to travel and tourism?
Yeah, like people gonna go all the way to Saudi Arabia to
Right,
watch
because
stuff
they
that they can
were
see.
trying to become
But
the
Joe,
next
it
spot.
never made sense. Listen, why are you gonna come take something out of my country and put it in your country and think I'm gonna travel to your country to see
Well,
it?
because it
It's
happens all
already
the
here.
time. People been trying to compete with Vegas for years. People been like for years. Countries want to become that new entity, and it's because Saudi Arabia realized that they have to diversify. Because guess what? Why you think our government went and took over the oil of Venezuela? Because they realized that Venezuela could eventually become a new Saudi Arabia, but in the Americas. They
Right.
realized that. That's why they did it. If you have and we have oil too. It's just that the refineries we have don't refine the oil we have.
And we don't want to frack. We don't want to frack.
Right. Or we can, but the refineries that we have set up, the oil that's in our soil is different. It's a lighter oil. It's a whole. I don't want to go into the weeds. But anyway, at the end of the day, that's the reason why we attack Venezuela. If you really want to be real, right? And so it's just a hot mess. And at the end of the day, you have Saudi Arabia trying to diversify because you have new people. Another thing, the United States is still producing more oil than we ever have in history. So you have all these different countries finding oil, and now you have more competitors. So Saudi Arabia, like, oh, we got to diversify our market. We can't rely solely on oil because people are going to start looking at different energy sources, electric, clean energy, solar. So we need to diversify to be caught up. So that's why they were trying to get into the whole, travel thing, right? The United States has made, and this is what's really hurt us, the United States has made a ton of tourism, right? Tourism, people coming. So they want to start taking it there and bringing it there. Because like what Dubai has done, think about Dubai, their industry is travel. So now they're trying to find a way to cut into that industry and have people come. Think about it, because United Kingdom, Europe is closer to them. It's not as far. So they're trying to get Europeans to travel to Saudi Arabia for these boxing events. And now this war has really hurt that effort. So that's why they have to pivot really quickly and figure out something. Because even though the price of the oil going up, it don't matter because they're not getting the travel that they invested in because there's war. No one wants to go anywhere where they think
it's not safe no more. It's not safe no more.
And no. It's not even that though. It is something. It's called what we're witnessing. And Jupe, you absolutely nailed it. But to go a little deeper, just real quick, it's called BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Then we have several other countries, including Indonesia, Iran, Cuba, which is why we're at Cuba, and several other countries. So the problem is, back in the 70s, when we took the dollar off of gold, what Nixon and Kissinger did, and we backed it off of the petrodollar. And what we have to realize is that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, several other Middle Eastern countries, they're not, I'm not saying that they're not authentic, meaning as in the people, but these are countries that were created by the British, by the US, you feel
oh,
me?
absolutely.
And so, and so, exactly, Jupe. So, and so we put them in place, Israel included. I don't know why people keep saying that Israel is like this monster and everything else. These are countries that we have politically captured. And so basically what we're witnessing 20 years ago with Iraq and Afghanistan, and Jupe is absolutely correct, we had a problem with them. But what saved us is that we didn't have, Russia wasn't Russia. China wasn't China. South Korea wasn't South Korea. Iran wasn't Iran. Heck, Iran fought with us in the Afghan and Iraq war. For some odd reason, that's left out of history. They were on our side. But what has occurred now over the past 20 years really this started back in the 70s and in the 80s, was that the manufacturing and production of this country has went down, and we have since then has squeezed the middle class to where we're not in import export country like that. We are the number one consumers of this world, and therefore what we're attempting to do is weaken BRICS, the three-headed monsters, or whether you look at them as monsters in a good light or a bad light, I'm not here to argue that. But it's really Russia, Iran, and China. And really, the main prize is China. So, what we're seeing in Iran, yes, is also biblical, because there's a lot of people within this administration that is trying to usher in biblical things as far as a caliphate, Armageddon, and everything else, these religious fanatics. But it's also a resource war, because where we went down at, China has went up. A lot of people don't know, and I'm sure I'm saying not y'all in this chat or on this panel, because you guys are very educated. But for those that don't know, China is has superseded us in several key areas, including manufacturing and including trade. China has overtaken the South America and Africa and the Middle East. It is called the Silk Road Initiative. And so by us choking off Iran in this Hormuz Strait, and also other straits, including Malacca in Indonesia, the Panama Canal, the Gulf of Mexico, which they have now named to the Gulf of America, we are choking off China's trade routes in each of these regions. And this is very dangerous. And now, what the UAE and these other Middle Eastern countries, including Saudi Arabia, which is a made up, which is relatively new, and the rest of them, what they're doing is attempting to go out. Now, there was another article that came out a few days ago that stated that the U.S. investors are now leaving America and going to China. Now, and ironically, around the same time, in the article that I just showed in the chat that 2 Cents is going to also pull up, Saudi Arabia is doing the same thing. Now, here's the thing: BRICS came out, BRICS together is all those countries that I mentioned, their GDP, gross domestic product, is three times what the G7, which is America, Japan, England, France, all of those other countries put together. And now they're fragmented because, of course, we at war with every damn body, right? Trump cussed out every damn body. His ancestors in Germany, he done cussed out every damn body, okay? Because they won't join him on this suicide war with Iran. It's a crazy mission, like Jupe said. It's absolutely insane. And so I don't know what the G7 is looking like, but BRICS has surpassed the G7. And one of the last Middle Eastern countries outside of Iran has always been Saudi Arabia. Always have been. And Saudi Arabia has been fooling around with the G7, America, NATO, for a very long time, for at least the past about at least 3 or 4 years. And now it appears with this war and what Iran is doing is making them go over and get cozier more with China now. And we just cannot have that, which is why we are more than likely, I put it at 75%, 80%, that we will be doing a reparations package with the UAE and several other Middle Eastern countries, unfortunately. So that's where we're at. But go ahead, 2 Cents.
All right. Boxing Hacker says the state of our country now is worse than it was during COVID. We are in real diabolical time. We're in the state we are because of COVID, Boxing Hacker.
Yeah, they stole a lot of money during COVID. Our officials, everybody, including
Yeah,
Trump.
actually, I would just say this too, and I agree. Like, I agree. Like, of course, it's the country said a parable. I would just say, like, if you, I don't know how long, like, people always talk like Donald Trump and how terrible, like he is terrible. I ain't saying he's terrible, of course he is. Um, we've seen worse. I mean, really, look at Nixon, please.
Bush, the one that sent the jobs overseas in the first place.
I think Trump. I think Trump's worse than Bush. It's because you know what, we thought Bush was dumb, and he was. But the difference is that at least Bush had some smart people around him. Trump has dumb, like is dumb and dumb, like it is. But people are like, who's he comparable to? Look up Andrew Jackson. I'm not down. I'm not trying to minimize what's happening. I'm not. I'm just saying that like it is in a state of peril, but that's what the U.S. is, always in peril. People don't just know it, but this just is. But everything Keith said, I agree with that. I think taking it, specifying on boxing, I just think that like I said, Keith, I'm gonna say it again. Boxing is a microcosm of what's happening, and people get into their specific beefs and battles and don't see the big picture. And that's what's happening, right? Like what's happening is that people are trying to buy up the sport, and these people
and corporatize it.
They're trying to corporatize, and that's everything, right? Like the reason why, and I don't know if y'all read Project 2025, it told you they're going to try to privatize everything. They're going to try to make every public entity fail so they can privatize it. When it comes to even if it's U.S. mail, everything they want to.
And it's happening towards sports. We're seeing, we're seeing that now with football. And this is and not to cut you off, Jupe, and not to cut you off 2 cents with the video that you playing, but and yes, Planet Clint signed the NAFTA, but I'll take it a step further. Reagan also had a lot to do with that as well. And the Roosevelts, Eleanor Roosevelt and all of them, and Teddy Roosevelt. But
I'll say about 82 to 90% of all our problems currently is Reagan.
Yes. But what they're doing right now, what they're about to do is with and everybody should be following this because it like Jupe said, is gonna impact boxing as well. So they just put out who was it? It wasn't the Department of, it was one of these departments, right? Where they just came out and said that they're looking at all of these streaming services for football. How you got to pay for all these streaming services. Now, of course, all of us, we're like, yes, because if you're like me, we got to watch it on Paramount. We got to watch it on this. On Christmas, we got to tune into Netflix. And it's a lot. It's not no longer, not too many football games is on regular TV anymore, right? So we're like, yes. But the thing is that what they're trying to usher in, like Jupe said, is privatization, in which everything is under a one umbrella. Now, you guys might think that, oh, okay, that will be good for us, the people that's paying money. But the thing is that this will usher in waves of what we're essentially talking about is communism. What we're essentially talking about is fascism. You see what I'm saying? Everything where the government is controlling all of these things, and we're now seeing this now in Spirit Airlines, and which is about to be bought out by the president, and that's a form of fascism, basically.
I don't even think it's communism, Key. I think they're trying to take us from capitalism to feudalism, and you
can argue that feudalism is fascism.
No, it is. I'm just saying. I'm specifying it against communism because communism is a system where like everyone shares. No, I'm talking about feudalism because basically we're what they call late stage capitalism, right? Capitalism, like because they say, oh, capitalism creates competition. No, if any of y'all play the game Monopoly, you know how you play the game Monopoly? That's what capitalism is. You play the game. In the end, you know how one person ends up with everything and everybody else don't end up with nothing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That end game is called feudalism. If you go watch the old, that's okay.
But I can also no, and I agree. But this how I can say because in my opinion, that's how we move to the stages. So like, okay, Like, and I agree with everything that you're saying, right? I agree. However, this how I feel, right? Like if you studied, and I know that you have, I know that you've studied other empires within history, right?
Mhm.
So, okay, in Roman Empire, right?
Mhm.
You had the same thing. You had the taxation without representation. You had all these things, right? We could say that about the Persians. We could say that about Ottoman. But they always end up, well, for the most part, the majority of them, all these great quote unquote empires that has fallen, has always started out with a beautiful blank canvas of inclusion or doing this or
Like a
doing that
democracy,
for the
something.
greater good, right?
Yeah.
Then you move on towards a period towards of a socialist communist. Now that we know the definition of terms, because as we know, those terms are relatively new, right? So they move on to that. Then you get into where all of these landowners or elected officials, right, have all the powers that can be feudalists, right? Or that could be austerity. And then it always ends with when all of the fighting and everything and all of the social uprisings or civil wars that occurred within those countries prior to the decimation of those countries, it always ends towards fascism. So
No,
I
I'm
agree
agreeing.
with what you're saying. I believe that because I can also argue that we're all right now we're in a period of kleptocracy,
No, I
right?
agree. So this is the thing. I think we're agreeing. I think we're using different terms. So when I say, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if we've ever seen
Boxing hacker, hush.
true. Okay, whatever. I didn't think about him. So Key,
Mm.
I don't know if we've ever got to see socialism and communism in its true practice because it has been hunted down and manipulated by capitalistic governments for years. I don't know if we've ever got to see it in its full bloom and operation. So let me just start there. Number one, that's number one. Number two, I agree with you wholeheartedly. So when I say you're talking about fascism, so to me, fascism, I agree, is the political order. When I'm talking about feudalism, that's the economic order.
Yeah,
So,
I
for
could see
example,
that. I could see that.
you see what I'm saying? So when I say, so they say, oh, United States is a democracy. We really
No.
haven't been we were a democracy. We haven't been a democracy in a few decades. We really kind of been in a what do you call it? Like when what do you call the system when a few rule and kleptocracy, right? So,
Kleptocracy. I could
right. So,
say
so some of these
kleptocracy.
orders, some of these things refer to the political makeup, and some refer to the economic makeup. But I'm talking about capitalism to feudalism. That's purely economic. I'm not saying it's not fascism, absolutely, because you need fascism to take you from one to the other. I'm saying is that when you have capitalism, there's a middle class. What I'm saying is that the middle class is being decimated. Once the middle class is decimated, you have feudalism. And if so, those who don't know what feudalism is, go and watch. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the TV show Game of Thrones. That's feudalism. There is no middle class.
One of the
You
greatest TV shows of all freaking time,
Oh
bro.
my God. Oh my God.
Oh my
It's my
God,
favorite.
one of
We're
the
not talking about
greatest.
my
That basically
favorite.
shows you if you take away the theater of it all, boxing is the wars that they was in.
It absolutely, and again, it's a microcosm of what we got now. So all I'm saying is that what we have is capitalism, which at least gives you a middle class. What they're doing now is trying to eliminate the middle class. There will be have and have nots. That's it. And you have these guys who are rooting for the people who are trying to decimate the middle class where there are haves and have nots. Feudalism is a system where you have the lords and the poor. That's it. There are no middle class. There are no I'm in the middle, I'm not rich, but I'm sustaining and I got some political power. That's what I'm saying. The drop from you have to use some type of fascism to go from capitalism to feudalism. And these people, because they don't read or whatever, they think this is a game. They think this is just an argument you can win on social media and it's fun. You go to these other countries, it's not like that. You either rich or poor. There's no in between. That's what they're trying
And
to do here.
I think, yeah, and to be technically honest, and I get it because Saudi Arabia and the rest of these countries are investing. I think the end goal, honestly, is a theocratic fascism society here. And that would make sense since our partners who we are about to pay this money to keep it based on Saudi Arabia and all of them, they are theocratic fascist societies, right? So I think that that's the end goal. But when you look at what we're viewing right now, because it always start with corporatism, they always go for the mom and pop shops, and it has been escalating. It went from the mom and pop shops to Walmart, Target, all
Oh,
of them taking
absolutely.
over.
That's how you do it. You
Exactly. And
privatize
then
everything. There's no
exactly.
social apparatus. And that's what
And
people realize. Like, this is what's so frustrating me. And I'm a person who's, I don't want to talk too much about what I've done professionally in the past, but like, it, and that's why I get frustrated sometimes when I'm talking to people. I'm really trying to get them to like wake up and understand. And they like, I'm a troll. I'm a troll because I like this particular fight. I'm like, no, listen to me. This can like, again, I'm gonna say this. When we look at countries that are dictatorships, when we look at countries that have feudalism, rich or poor, no in between, when we see those type of societies, it didn't happen. They didn't start that way. People, I think in the United States, I think we have, we are born into a system that was people fought for this. I was trying to explain that earlier. Like when I talk about the whole Turkey, I was talking about the whole Zufa thing and how stripping fighters' rights away. I said that's a microcosm of government. People fought for these things, but you were born after it. A lot of people were born after it was fought for. So they're so used to it that they can't imagine a world where they don't have it. And that's why they think it's cute and funny and they were trolling shit. And I'm like, you don't understand the lives that were lost for you to be comfortable. And because you're now comfortable, you don't see that you need to keep fighting for it. And you think everything's a damn game. But the people who are going against you know that you don't know no better, and they're using you. And by the time you realize it, it's too late. That's what's frustrating to me. I grew up and I helped take care of a woman who grew up in that era. I took care of my grandma when she had dementia. I understand it, and so I'm talking to these young folks on here. I do get frustrated because it's like, and I
Girl, this is grown ass men you talking to on
but
here.
well, yeah, I'm gonna say
no, but the thing is,
men, and that's the thing. It's the men. It's always the men. It's like, why don't y'all? What is the like? You're supposed to be the logical gender. What you call? That's what's frustrating. I never had.
but Jupe, but and I get it. I know that you're frustrated, but you also got to understand too, though. We got to look at it on both sides. Remember, it was only a few years ago where the NFL began to have financial literacy courses for these young men coming into the NFL and blowing their money.
No,
You know what I'm saying? The NBA as well. Unfortunately, boxing.
I understand that, Key. I understand financial literacy. Again, we're behind as a people. We are, and that's understandable. And we've done. I don't want to like say this in a negative way because I'm a big on my people every day. At the end of the day, considering where we came from, we've done an immaculate job. Ain't nobody gonna convince me we haven't. I'm saying beyond the financials, politically, like, how do you not see someone coming in, taking over something, and you're sitting here like, oh, let's go Turkey. Like you're a grown man. You're a grown man.
Because well, first of all, remember, like you said, boxing is a microcosm. As we know, the study was put out that at least there is over 50% that is on social media are bots. They're not really, so these we aren't even talking to people. But the ones that are real, right? And the ones that are gung hoing Turkey and Zufa and Dana White and everything, we got to understand when these fighters, they're wanting all this money and they're seeing these other fighters, and I gotta throw, y'all know I'm a Wilder fan, but I gotta throw Wilder and the rest of them, Big Baby Miller, Andrew Ruiz, all of these guys coming out, both Big Baby Millers, fighting on these cards, whether they're in Saudi Arabia or America, and getting these astronomical deals in which a top rank cannot afford, or a matchroom cannot afford to pay them, but Turkey can afford to pay them. Who's going to turn that down? You see what I'm saying? Like, these are individuals that come from very, very humble beginnings. The average boxing gym don't look like a Floyd Mayweather or these gyms in New York or in Texas, where it's state of the art equipment and they got world class trainers. They don't look like that everywhere. These people, once they leave the gym, they still going back into 2-bedroom apartments. They still doing, side
They
gigs on
still
the
gonna be doing
job.
that at Zuffa.
No, but not now. If you are one of these Africa or Berlanga or all these other fighters, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna want to follow that bag, follow that trajectory of where they continue to fight and make money. It's like that movie.
But Key, that's the thing though. That's the myth that I think people believe, Key. They're
What's
not
that movie with Brad Pitt? Fight Game.
they're
Wasn't it
not
called
gonna
Fight Game?
continue to fight and make money, Key. They're gonna get the rug pulled on them.
And
They're not
but
gonna
some of them
continue to
think that
fight
if
and
we
make
can
money.
get in and get out, then it will be good for them, and they're not
They
realizing
trapped.
what they've
They're
signed.
not gonna be able to go. Conor Ben ain't finna go sign nowhere else. He's trapped at Zuffa. So if they pull the rug on his $15 million deal, what he gonna do? Retire?
No.
Exactly. He
He's
can't
gonna
go
have
back to
to
Eddie
continue
Hearn.
to fight.
You think
But
Charlo ain't
but
gonna sign him? Golden Boy.
okay. But what is it to call? Okay, look at what
Hold
Conor
on, I want to finish
Ben.
this video though. I want to
Oh,
finish
go
this
ahead, go
video
ahead, go ahead.
because they're gonna talk about it.
So what we just experienced, you turn on a Netflix doc, and in the first 3 minutes, they take you through all the hot spots and show you the end. Every time I watch a Netflix show, I skip the preamble and find the opening credits. Otherwise, I watch the whole show in 3 fucking minutes. What you just saw was the preamble to the whole thing. So let me walk you back now, Sean, because this is first paramountly, that's a new word, but we should put it in the dictionary, about the hearing. Let's walk through the hearing and what was put forward there and figure out where we are. Because, this has been a long time coming. I thought by the time this thing got to the Senate, what we always knew it would, that this would be the moment for those on the traditional boxing side making an argument to have their moment in the sun to really lay out their case. What we saw, let's just start with the fact that you rightly point out Ted Cruz being the head of this committee and in charge of this hearing.
Oh Lord.
We don't like Ted Cruz here in Texas. I just want to let y'all know that. We don't like Ted Cruz, especially with that shit he pulled during COVID.
What a far cry from John McCain. If you want to just get a sense of where America is, where boxing is, where this argument is, this Ali Act was established by John McCain. And this Ali Act is going to be, if not dismantled, certainly now set aside for a alternative that may not provide the protections that the Ali name and family and John McCain put forward in legislation now will be spearheaded through the Senate by Ted Cruz. The introduction alone of Oscar De La Hoya and the panel in this hearing should have let you know from the beginning that this is about to be a shuffleball shtick of song and dance. This is an unserious. It was so unserious from the beginning. And then let me tell you something about American politics before we even get into the arguments that were made.
Did any of y'all watch the hearing?
Yes, I did.
I want to fast forward through. He talking to me. I want to hear them talk about. Hold on, y'all.
People have paid them, so they're fighting for the. When I saw that, I knew immediately this thing's done, overcooked, roasted, and served. America is cooked, bro.
Yes, we are.
That only 3 senators would show up to this. They introduced the panel like it's a game show, like he's a ringmaster. Everybody was cordial and fun because they already knew the outcome. everybody had already been paid by only one side. The reason you see these contentious moments on C-SPAN and in these hearings, and when you see people going at the witness, is because somebody has paid everybody up there, but different people have paid them. So
I was just saying this, like, what y'all went up, like, nobody shook no hands, nobody had lunch with nobody, y'all just went up there and thought y'all was gonna read off y'all paper and change their mind? Like, what did y'all think Ali and Oscar De La Hoya, who had a whole Mexican day in Saudi Arabia, what you thought you was finna go up there and do, Oscar? Y'all ain't done nothing politically to do anything. Y'all been sitting back the whole time over there holding hands with Turkey.
Oscar, and while I appreciate him trying to advocate now, he is the cause of a lot of this. Like I keep saying they were so gun-ho against Heyman, and it's a thing. You made someone the villain, and you didn't see the true villain. And he backed this. You sold ring to them. You did this, and now you real. And then, like, oh my God, it's such a microcosm. Once it bites you in the butt, kind of like how people voted for a certain person because they thought, oh, they gonna affect me, it's gonna affect the other group, and now it backfired on them, and now they got a problem. This is what's happening. Oscar De La Hoya thought, oh, it's gonna be a problem with PBC, and then it backfired on you. Now you're against them. You should have saw because you thought
How did they not see this coming though? Like, I don't get it. Or
Because
maybe they didn't
people
care.
Remember I said the microcosm. You know how, like, for example, people love, like, you have. No, I don't go out and say it. I don't care. Maybe I shouldn't. So do you remember what happened to the election and when the poll data came out and it showed that, like, only one demographic voted against Trump,
right?
And all the other like only one demographic, 100%, like, majority, overwhelming majority went against him, right? And then the others were split or with him, right? And because they thought it was gonna be sweet, and then months later, things happen, and people are like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to me. He's a problem. You thought it was sweet. You buddied up to this person. They got you to buddy up thinking that you're going to get the same privileges, and you didn't get the same privileges, and now you're mad. And now you expect the people who you went against to join. That's what's happening. Oscar De La Hoya thought that, like, oh, we're all together against these people. And then Turkey was like, ha, 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 here's a trick for you. I'm about to steal your guys too. And now he's like, oh, no. And I like Oscar. Well, Oscar helped. No, you
and he sold him the ring, Drew. And he sold him the ring.
But it wasn't, and it wasn't just Oscar. It was Eddie. Who remembers the video?
They all did it.
That
Oscar,
Eddie said he was going to shoe shine his shoes, Turkey shoes.
The only part, and I understand, and I remember do you remember when they should say, oh, Al don't work with people, despite the fact that he worked with people, but Al was the only person who wasn't, like, bending over them. Okay, we'll work together. Let's all work together. Which Al is all, PBC has always shown that they will, but they didn't just bow down. Like, okay, I see you a person here, two or there. They're only people who decide to be competitive, right? Yep. And they didn't, like, promote Turkey. They're like, okay, we'll work with you, but they worked with Matchroom, Top Rank, Golden Boy in the past before Turkey, and people didn't give them credit. Everybody was like, they chose the fact that they were the villains. They were the villains. So I really believe they thought. We've seen multiple entities come to boxing, whether it was the Zone, whether it was what was that other network, Thriller. We've seen all these entities come to the sport. At one time, it was what was that MTK, whatever. We seen all these entities roll.
Oh, and MTK was a whole fucking Irish mob.
Yeah, and everyone was fine with it because it was all
everybody except
Al Heyman didn't control everything. You had everybody ganging up, and they were so fixated on anti-Heyman, anti-PBC that you aligned with someone thinking y'all got common interests, but they took you out too, and now you're like, oh, now I want to work with you. Like, at the end of the day, you got to find out who your true allies are and where you have mutual interests. But racism prevents that sometimes, and they're learning the hard way.
Yeah, They did all that. They was willing to destroy boxing because they spited Al
They
Heyman.
were. They were like,
Now watch how racist these Middle Easterners about to be to Americans. That's all I'm about to say.
Right, like anti-blackness,
fact that
and
nobody's
anti-blackness is costly.
The what?
Anti-blackness, racism is expensive, and anti-blackness is even more expensive. Everything that's happening, in my opinion, is due to anti-blackness because at the end of the day, Al Heyman was doing a lot. You know, everybody wanted to go to him, and they were like, "Oh no, we got to find a way to stop him." They first went to Matt. They went to Eddie Hearn the Zone. Then they went to Triller. Then they MTK Global.
Boxing
and
Hacker, I'm about to time you out my chat with this stupid shit, bro.
like this whole Turkey thing. He's like the fourth or fifth iteration of people trying to get rid of to weaken PBC because they just didn't want him. That's really what it is. Because
Boxing Hacker, stop trying to distract people from listening.
I can't even see Boxing Hacker.
Good, before I time you out, Boxing Hacker.
Yeah, they just
listen to what we saying. You're doing everything but listening, Boxing Hacker. That's your problem. So then when I try to bring this up to you and reference these points, you're gonna act like you don't remember because you're not listening.
We're not even talking about Tank. He's talking about he's so funny. Boxing Hacker is hilarious.
I can't see his comments, thank God. So I blocked him.
Go ahead. Okay, y'all ready for the video?
Yeah, go ahead.
Only one side has given up the money. Boxing, this traditional side, let me tell you something. If this was an actual fight, we're waving it off. Like, this is a first round stoppage. Immediately when the bell rung, I knew that the boxing traditional side of this argument was outclassed. They either do not know how legislation works in America and how to finesse a Senate hearing, what it actually requires, even to get your argument made, much less win, or, and this is probably the case, they're too cheap and don't care enough to actually do the legwork, to actually pay the money, to actually fill these campaign coffers, hire lobbyists, do all the things that you need to do so that your argument will be heard on the floor of the Senate and be voted for in your favor when the thing is called. They didn't prepare for what American politics is at all. And that was the most evident, glaring thing from the very beginning. Even if
hearing the salt of this earth, they've served this country, and the other senators are like, "Oh boy, yeah, all right, okay. we know who paid you off or who owns you to say that, right?" Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the three senators you are referencing was Bernie Moreno, right, from Ohio, Ted Cruz, of course, from Texas, and Jackie Rosen from Nevada. Well, let's explain away those three, okay? One of them, Jackie Rosen in Nevada, who, by the way, and I'll get some more of this later, but when Nick Khan said, when Ted Cruz gave him the Jason Kidd to Kenyon Martin alley-oop of who's the middleweight champion right now, which was obviously a planted question, right? I would have loved for Oscar to go, can anyone in here besides Nick Khan name who the middleweight champion is in UFC? And I'm sure all those senators off the tip of their tongue would have went. I'm sure Jackie Rosen would have went, oh, obviously it's Kazmat Chimaev, but that being aside, Jackie Rosen, the Nevada representative, right? I live here in Las Vegas. There are UFC license plates, okay? TKO is embedded in the state of Nevada at this point. Literally, that's a fact, okay? Lawrence Epstein sits on the board of directors for Allegiant Stadium. Their economic and political power in in Las Vegas alone, let alone Nevada, is immense. So of course she's on the take for TKO. Ted Cruz is subservient to Donald Trump, who is at all of is front row at UFC's fights and used to compete as a WWE athlete. And then Bernie Moreno, who this was my first time knowing.
Do y'all hear this? And y'all think it ain't gonna be no corruption at Zuffa?
Knowing of him, should be fucking ashamed of himself. He goes, Mr. Khan.
He put his bribe on the TV.
Table.
He couldn't even wait to get to the back room. He's like, so we get in WrestleMania or not? Like, I'm here. What's happening? It's almost like he doesn't even trust Nick. He's like, you just want to get it on the record in front of everybody. Because this whole thing's under oath also.
Yeah. Once upon a time, in Senator Geary's time, right? Back in around the Godfather 2 days. You would have had to have said that behind closed doors, brother. You can't. You're at the actual hearing that you're supposed to be a neutral, arbitrator of, and here you are pitching, putting it all on the table for everybody to see. And by the way, spoilers: you're not going to get WrestleMania. Okay, you're not going to get WrestleMania. All right. But I thought, yeah, those are the three senators in question. And to your point about Nico Ali Walsh, and I'll let you continue. It was funny to me for Nick Khan to use Muhammad Ali's namesake to make his point when his grandson, the offspring of his offspring's balls, is sitting across from him as a professional boxer saying, yeah, no, don't do this. Actually, take my father's name off of it, to quote, yeah.
Listen,
I
Nick
agree.
Khan
I
is
agree.
a top-level operator. He's a lawyer. He's actually at the helm.
2 cents.
What happened? 2 Cent.
Well, let's keep it going. Hey, aircraft carrier. Hey, Des. Let's keep it going. Hey, 3 Hill. Till 2 cents come back. Hey, boxing hacker. Hey, Blaze. Hey, Alan So saying. Hey, Mello.
Hey,
Well, let's keep it going, Jupe. So from everything that we've heard right now, and I do got to make a correction to the record. It wasn't shoot, what was it called? It wasn't Nick Khan that made money when I said that they were making money and everything. It wasn't them. It was I got to get the name. It wasn't Khan though. It was another guy that's attached to them that has made millions of dollars with this Zuffa boxing or TKO and everything. And it's funny that he said that there won't be a WrestleMania. Like I told you guys, I heard a whisper. I read a whisper that potentially there could be several cuts from WrestleMania. And as we all know, WrestleMania has for the past year, Juke, they've been and I don't watch wrestling, but I just started paying attention with this whole Saudi Arabia thing, that they were in Saudi Arabia doing showcasing shows. And so I find that very interesting when they're saying WrestleMania's, not gonna be there, because I did read something in which we could be seeing several wrestlers cut, and along with the other cuts that we've been seeing that Saudi Arabia is heavily invested in. And again, ironically, wrestling and boxing was not named in the whatchamacallit. Now this is just my theory. I believe that those events that was being held in boxing in Saudi Arabia with boxing were trial and errors. So sometimes what happens is you will pay these fighters, or you will pay for an event to try to attract and to see if it's sustainable. And if after so long it's not sustainable, and especially when there's an event that occurs, an incident occurs, such as, i.e., cough, cough, the Iran war, you got to cut your losses in some of these areas. And so I'm not surprised that golf is being cut. I'm not surprised that the Tom Brady's whatever situation he has is in peril. Remember, Juke, we talked about Cristiano Ronaldo, that major soccer player out there that was having issues with Saudi Arabia. It kicked low key, it kicked off with him. That was last year. So it kicked off with him. Now we have them not mentioning boxing and wrestling. And now potentially there could be boxing and wrestling being scaled back. So I'm not surprised. Not to mention Zuffa is not making the cat's meow with revenue right now. They need those boxers. But the thing is, the boxers that they're getting, they're not really commanding too much. They might get something with Connor Ben. They could have something with Berlanga if they market him correctly with the Puerto Rican base. Africa, as far as black exciting fighters go, and y'all know Africa, my boy, he's kind of at the bottom, but he's a really good boxer. They need somebody like a Shakur or maybe a Devin hell, to be honest with y'all, they need a Tank Davis. Maybe they could
No, they
have
do.
something.
They do.
Yeah, maybe they could have something with the Scooter. If Scooter jump up over there, I'm
Well, I
not
think they'll be
sure.
fine. Let me just say this. What it seems to me, and I could be wrong, it seems they're trying to implement the UFC model for boxing. So they end up. So think about UFC in its heyday. Now, right now, I'm actually this key. Who is the biggest star at UFC right now?
I don't know. Jim Jones? I don't know.
Jim Jones. Who the hell is that?
Or John Jones, whatever his name is, the
Yeah,
Jones
to
guy.
my understanding, John Jones hasn't fought in years.
Oh,
Okay.
well then I don't know. I don't watch UFC. I'm sorry,
Okay,
y'all.
I don't either. But let me just say that, right? But for example, there are people who don't watch boxing, but they know the biggest name in boxing. That's what we got to look forward to. That's my fear. So remember, the person who's going to be over Zuffa is the man who's over UFC. And for a
Yes.
while, they had a few names, but and this is something we discussed earlier. You're going to run those
Oh,
names
is
down.
Logan one? Logan Paul? Is he a good one?
I don't know, but in the day, UFC has declined extremely, right? Because it's just not sustainable with the model. Like, oh, the fighters don't have, like, I know we get frustrated because we want fights when we want them. And they convinced us that boxing doesn't make the fights and UFC does make the fights. But the reality is that and I told 2Cent this earlier, it's a false equivalency because UFC is not a sport. UFC is a brand within a sport. They told us that, oh, a UFC, they make all the fights. No, they don't, because you had UFC, you had Bellator, you had PFL. You had 3 entities, and none of their people fought one another. And they convinced us that boxing fans, oh, everyone's not fighting anyone. But in reality, we've seen PBC make fights with Top Rank. We've seen Top Rank make fights for Matchroom. We've seen Matchroom make fights with PBC. In UFC, it never happened. You never saw UFC make a fight with Bellator. You never saw Bellator make a fight with PFL. You never see PFL make a fight with UFC. And they convinced that you had all this marketing and I believe bots intentionally telling us that, oh, we need to be more like them. And now you look at the UFC, and UFC is trash. There's not a household name in their entire sport right now.
They said at their last UFC event, I guess there was one a couple weeks ago that did not do well.
That's what
they
it's
say
actually.
UFC is on
Hold on. I asked you who was the name. Give me a name.
Oh, Ronda Rousey. Is she still a big deal?
No, that's why I asked you. That's why I just asked you who's the
What
name
about
of UFC?
Adesanya?
Is he still fighting?
I don't know. That's the biggest. That's the
My
last
point
biggest
is
name I
this:
knew.
the average person who don't watch boxing can at least give you a name or two.
They know Tank for sure.
You cannot do that, you UFC, and then you allow the people who can't maintain stars to take over boxing. Think about this, for example. You haven't had a big star in UFC since, I would say, Adesanya, maybe. And because they run them down so much, because they have to fight so many times, it's the same program that they set for them. When we were talking about earlier, 2Cent, about you're gonna have these same guys fight 3, 4, 5 times a year, these hardcore fights. You can't take a fighter and put them in these hardcore fights continuously, and you go back in the day and they're like, oh, these fighters
look what Planet 619 said about Adesanya. Adesanya fell off, can't win a fight now. He done as a draw.
Yes, because they run you like they don't allow.
That's what they want, Juke. They want.
I know they don't
want to see the fighters
ran
ran into the ground.
Their model is kind of close to what I won't say close. I will say Bob Arum wasn't as bad, but they don't want big stars because you have to pay big stars big money. You want them to get just big enough. Hold on. You want them to get just big enough that you can snuff them out and feed them for a profit and be done. That's the thing. You don't want them. If you look back at we look at the Black Murderers Row and all that time, they made these fighters fight all these hard, grueling fights back to back to back. And that's why back then 30 was old. because you wore them out so quickly in their prime. You had 25, 26-year-old fighters who were just broken. That's what they're going to do to these guys. They're going to cash them out early. And they thought this was cute. I just want the fights. I just want the fights. You want the fights in the best conditions. You're not even going to enjoy them. No one's going to remember all these fights. Like these UFC fighters, why do you think all these UFC fighters go on to boxing and try to make money?
Well,
And
I'm like,
he's trying to eliminate that.
well, okay. Now, when one of these boxers from Acapulco or a country we can't even pronounce come over here and knock one of these guys out, I don't want to hear nothing from these fighters. Like, I wasn't prepared or nothing like that, because that's
No, it's
coming.
just the fact
There's
that
going to be an upset of the upsets up over there. I'm
but
calling
here's
it
the
now.
thing, we were already, but there's a thing, Key. Listen, we were already getting upsets. PBC delivers the most upsets. That's what's crazy. The outfit they hate has given us the most upsets in all of boxing, but it's still in a way to where the boxers are preserved. At the end of the day, the way they want to do it, and I went back to that article today, and it was telling you how, like, okay, you have to fight 4 fights, but if you're injured, you have to have. They have all these expensive medical procedures that you have to pay for on your own. And if you, for whatever reason, can't fight, they can either extend your contract or cancel your contract for injury. But of course, you're going to be injured, and it's so many steps. I think I was reading earlier. It's literally going back to the times where fighters had no rights, and these guys were welcoming it. And they're like, and then we're talking about Devin, like Devin potentially going over there. And I'm like, y'all can't really like Devin if you're rooting for this. You can't. He will have no autonomy. He won't make any money off his likeness outside of boxing. They can own his likeness in perpetuity. Perpetuity. Even when he's done with it.
Forever and never and never.
It's insane.
And you don't know what they have planned with them data centers popping up all over the South America, Middle East.
Oh
either.
no,
And
but get this, Key. They do have what's planned. When I think I talked about this earlier. Remember when, like, they were saying how, like, Turkey was trying to, like, own those gaming systems. He was trying to come up, like, undisputed that gaming. In their contract, in that article that came out, it was talking about how they would own their likeness in perpetuity. It literally says I'm reading it from the article, from the Guardian article. It says the contract space pays special attention to video games, giving Zuffa its sole discretion, exclusive worldwide rights to use the fighter's identity in connection with the creation, development, manufacture, distribution of games by Zuffa or licensed third parties. The fighter's identity, which includes, among other things, their gestures, their vocalization, physical performance during a bout, or when otherwise captured by Zuffa with reasonable requests. Other rights given to Zuffa extend to the sale of virtual reality, augmented reality, hyper reality, artificial intelligence, and enhanced reality games and experiences, as well as motion pictures, meaning they can use you in a movie.
AI.
Many of these rights, while not exclusive beyond the term of the contract, extend non-exclusively in perpetuity. So for the rest of their life, and beyond your life, you'll be dead 30 years. They're gonna make money off you. You know, Mike Tyson goes out here and does his thing, blah blah. No, if he was a Zuffa fighter, Zuffa's gonna make majority of it.
Yep.
Like, they have a gaming, they planned this.
But I think Radio Raheem right here, Jupe, I think he's gonna explain how people are getting duped. I think this is what we've been trying to say, Jupe.
The truth of it is, the debate online and in the media that we might have about what is the condition of boxing now in its 4-belt era and how boxing actually works and what's wrong with it, that's a discussion for us to have. That's not what this legislation's about, though. The fact that they've allowed it to be framed as whether or not the status quo can defend itself, if you want to stay in boxing terms, keeps this argument on the back foot. Boxing is defending itself. Boxing is defending the status quo. Status quo is not what the legislation's about. This legislation's about a new entity that allows you to sidestep current legislation. So the argument is made on whether or not this is the thing to do, not whether or not the status quo is as good as it should be. Is this legislation the fix for something that needs to be fixed, and is the right solution? Can this stand alone as what fighters should be engaged in, and can it stand on its own merit? Well, that argument's not actually being made. It keeps being juxtaposed where there is a ton of things you can point to in the status quo that is problematic because it exists, and you're juxtaposing that with something that can be laid out in a fairy tale because it doesn't exist. So TKO can say anything about what they're going to do or what it's going to be like or what the effects are projected to be.
This is exactly what I've been trying to tell y'all.
And plus, by being privatization. Oh, go ahead, 2 cents. I'm sorry, Corey.
No, I'm just saying, like, this is what I've been trying to tell y'all. Like, y'all, the same problems are going to exist in boxing. Changing the legislation is not going to fix it because that's not what they're trying to do.
No.
That's a smoke screen.
But what they're attempting to do is make it private, and that's where we get into dangerous territory because, God. So I swear, not to be a historian here, but who remembers the the Iran Contra scandal with the drugs and everything, where we had the gentleman who they said committed unalivement, which we kind of know that was a lie. So basically, there was drugs brought into the country. You can see the movie with Tom Cruise called American Made. That pretty much showed everything. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because what that ruling, that congressional ruling, since we're talking about congressional and Zuffa and everything, what that congressional ruling ruled was that what they found out was that these parties, both political parties, Democrats and Republicans, were using campaign and public funds to fund the Iran Contra scandal, right? And so basically what they said was if it was private, hint hint, fascism, communism, etc., that you wouldn't be in this situation, right? And so fast forward to over 30, 40 years ago, Barry Seals, I think, was that his name? Gosh, I'm gonna get his name. Don't worry. But anyways, it's American Made with Tom Cruise and Iran Contra scandal. So basically, what they're saying, I watched the congressional hearing for this with Zuffa, TK with the Ali Act, with the Ali Act, not Zuffa. But basically, what he's essentially saying is that if you have it, you gotta not only listen to what they're saying, but listen to what they're not saying. And so what Dana White and them is attempting to do with their private, this is essentially going to be a private boxing company from for all intents and purposes on some aspects of it, like he's done with UFC and how he's built it up, is privatize it so that you can get away with the laws and the finance and your books. Okay, so if it's privatized, you can make it and produce it however you want it to. If it's public, like a government entity, everything has to be accounted for, etc. You see what taxpayer monies is going to. But if it's privatized, you won't see any of that. So that's essentially what's going to end up happening with all of this. I remember Key, and that's an extreme example. No aircraft carrier is not because what we're
Let me get these super
witnessing.
chats real quick. Let me get this super chat. Shout out to
Okay.
Planet 619 with the hold on. $4.99 in the super chat. Just saying absolutely nothing, supporting the channel. Shout out to Boxing Hacker with the $2 in the super chat. He says, if Zuffa becomes a success, what will people say? Boxing Hacker, is UFC a success?
Is the mafia a success? Is the current administration a success?
And to
Are drug
piggyback
traffickers a success?
and to piggyback
Like what is that?
and to piggyback, yeah, and I get and I agree, Jupe. But to piggyback off of what aircraft carrier is saying, aircraft carrier is saying, is that's an extreme example, is not though, because that's what we're witnessing right now. You can't have it okay. So before it was called Palantir, it was called TIA. Look that up, right? And it was also enloped with something called DARPA. Look that up. So what we're witnessing with surveillance right now, and I get it, y'all gonna say this is an extreme example, but no, Iran Contra, what that laid was the precedent. So you guys look at dates. Oh, that was so long ago. That was back in such and such, and da 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 da. And yes, we get it. That laid the groundwork and the foundation for drugs being flooded into the Black and brown communities. Okay, we get that. No, 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 no. See, that's what they fed you. That's true too. But with the congressional, if you go back and look at that congressional hearing, it showed, they basically said, if it has to be private. So what ended up happening? The Republican Party is not public. It's a private entity. The Democratic Party is a private entity. The Clinton Foundation. This is why they have
Wait, I
foundations.
thought about something. Okay, I'm sorry.
These are all foundations, right? Or the Democratic Party. These are all private. So you can't really get them because they can make it look like however they want it to look. So they laid that foundation. TIA did the same exact thing during the Bush administration, Bush Jr. Or I can argue Clinton actually as well. But it was with the TIA, and they said, "Oh no, 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 this is too much." Because our taxpayer funds, public funds, are going towards this. So we need to make this private, i.e., enter DARPA and Palantir and Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley, for the most part, with those corporations in San Francisco, are are private. So that's essentially what they're attempting to do to the rest of everything else. And it's not going to start or stop at boxing. It's going to go towards the NCAA. It's going to go towards NFL. We're seeing that right now with NFL. It's going to go towards the NBA. They're fighting them. There's a civil war going on within all of this, but they're fighting it. There's another one coming towards banking. You guys call it CBCD or BC or something like that, with crypto and all of that stuff. That's privatization. So I get it. Oh, Kiki, you're going extreme, but no, they're laying the foundation, and that guy is absolutely right. Sean they're all absolutely right. This is privatization. They're laying the groundwork for that. Go ahead, Jude.
I was gonna say, I don't even understand why you had to say all that. Like, do y'all not know what the United States is in the history? It's like y'all like, oh, but that's extreme. That ain't gonna happen. Like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like no matter how many times we talk to y'all, the common sense just doesn't ever tap in. It's like, anywho, I wanted to go on something different because I just happened to like I'm just certain things. And so I want to like, because I did read it, like the whole the bill for the amendment of the Ali Act, and I'm reading some things, and it's like automatically concerning, right? I just feel like y'all everyone's concerns are valid. You should not have to amend the Ali Act in order to be competitive, especially this type of money. I just want to take it back there. What? Hold on. I know I just read what I just read. Okay. Something has to be wrong with what I just read. Okay. Unified boxing organizations. And it says each boxer under the contract, each professional, blah, blah, blah. Safety in the industry, examinations of conditions, blah, blah, blah. In the case of a boxer who suffers a knockout during a covered match, a UBO shall require that, in addition to examinations required for each boxer in section blah, 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 the boxer undergo applicable examinations described. Okay, fine. Supplemental physical examination for boxers who are over 40. So, okay, that's fine. You want supplemental, but by the way, it does state that all examinations are on your own dime. So basically, if you older, you paying more. They're not covering none of this stuff, by the way, y'all. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to find the part that was weird. It says the supplemental examination to be conducted under paragraph A. Paragraph A says, in general, a UBO shall ensure a boxer who participates in a covered match at the age of 40 or older undergoes all this extra stuff. Then it says frequencies. The supplemental physical examination to be conducted under paragraph A shall occur at least annually, except that chest x-ray should occur every 6 years. It's saying so, by the way, what I've read is that the original Ali Act, you couldn't be under contract over 6 years. And apparently the main goal of this change is that it can extend 6 years and beyond now. So where they used to be, it used to be where a promotional company couldn't put you under that many years, they can now. That's why it's saying they can ask for a chest x-ray every 6 years. I just think it's some weird stuff in here. Ambulances. Oh my God.
That's called reducing liability. So what they're attempting to do is, if a fighter, they get knocked out. So with what they do with the boxing commission, as y'all know, and Jupe, I know you know, once you get knocked out, they'll say, okay, you can't fight for that. That athletic commission will say, okay, you are suspended for X amount of days or X amount of months. So what Zuffa is essentially saying is, now we're gonna bypass that perimeter, and if you get knocked out and in the back, we come up to you and say you good, and you be like, yeah, I'm good, then we don't have to ask for anything. So or if you get knocked out and you not breathing, and then we resuscitate you, like say with the Shadeja Green incident, or that boxer in Japan several months ago, or that boxer in Kenya just a few weeks ago, we can, and you are breathing, and then let's say you come up out of it and you say, you know what, yeah, I'm still good for my fight on March 18th. I mean on May 18th, which is 3-4 weeks away. We can still fight. Then they can say, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Basically, you signed away the waive liability for that company not to be held liable for anything that happens with you in the future.
But they don't care. Because like I'm reading this and like the cost of any deductible for any health insurance required, because they kept saying, oh, they're going to get health insurance. The cost of any deductible for any health insurance provided to be provided by the UBO for a boxer shall be the financial responsibility of the boxer. So think about it. They're saying the health insurance is required and to be provided by the UBO. So that means I'm requiring you to get this health insurance and I am providing the health insurance. So they are making money every time you have an injury. Not only are you getting an injury, but you have to see their people. So they're making.
I wonder if they got a life insurance policy on these fighters too.
Right.
Yes, they do. Key person policies.
Listen, but in this here, they're saying not only are they requiring the care, they're providing the care. So if you get knocked out, they get paid because now you owe them a bill.
And guess what, Juke? They can lie to you too.
Right. Think about this for a second. I am fighting for Zuffa. Zuffa, since they're doctors, I have to pay Zuffa for my care. And then Zuffa gets to clear me or not. So they get paid whether you win or get knocked the hell out. You don't get to get your own doctor. They provide this is insane. This is insane.
Y'all punch that like and subscribe button. We breaking it down over here.
Imagine,
can't believe it, Juke. You speechless, Juke.
Imagine your job. You go to a job. So, for example, I get health insurance through my job. But now the job is telling me, oh, but I also got to provide the health care too. You don't get to find your own health care. So their prices are their prices.
And you don't even know what the copay is. They're not talking about what
and guess what? Whatever that is, it says in bold that the fighter has to. Let me put this link in here, y'all. This is just I think y'all got it already, but this is just what? This is beyond the norm.
And Boxing Hacker and Aircraft Carrier, we're not crying about. We're not saying
crying, whatever.
We're not saying that we need to look at the spreadsheets or anything.
We ain't crying. If you want Devin to live under these rules, fine. I'm cool with it. Don't cry to me later. Because I remember a long time ago when Devin went to fight Cambosos out of Australia, and his fans was on this whole, we need to march and picket because they're doing him wrong. I'm fine. If you're fine with Devin under these rules, cool. Ain't no crying. I'm just telling you what I see it. Don't cry about it. If Devin gonna sign the Zuffa and be under these rules, you need to appraise it and say that Zuffa's right. I'm fine with it. Ain't no crying here. It was the Devin fans who cried after they said they say, oh, this entity is great. They said, oh, he signed with Bob M. Everything's great. And then when one thing that goes away, oh, they're doing him wrong. He's a victim. Same thing with Bob M. Oh, he's a victim. Hey, I need y'all to pick a lane. Ain't no crying. None of the fighters I like are signed to Zuffa. I don't care. I'm just telling you what it is. All I want to say is, if things don't go his way, don't come on here crying and talk about how they wrong. You made your bed.
Somebody said Zuffa trying to sign Devin to a long-term contract, and he haven't even fought yet.
Well, according to
they've been trying to.
According to the hacker and everybody else, he's need to sign a lifetime contract. They're good. They're good, right? Fine.
No, they Bill, if you listening to this, don't let them sign on no.
Let him sign a lifetime contract. According to his fans, they're good. We gotta start making these people live up to what they say on here. Sign it. Y'all crying about because at the end of the day, they can't defend it. So they say crying about. Matter of fact, look, he's so ignorant.
Aircraft says that act like Zuffa. Oh, go ahead, 2 cents.
Y'all ignore Aircraft Courier. Let's finish the video.
Okay.
Aircraft Courier.
Because it hasn't actually happened. So they can say what their plans are, and they talk about their plans and their intention as though it's fact. And then on the other side, you have to defend the status quo, which is problematic, but actually has factual issues you can point to that are problematic, that are kind of indefensible. Mm-hmm. The way the argument is set up from the beginning, you're losing. And the way you've allowed this whole argument to be framed, you can't win. You can't.
You're being forced into a binary that you can't win, right? As opposed to, hey, we both agree, okay, there's too many titles, there's there's problems, but why exactly are you outfitted as someone who's done nothing in boxing and has multiple antitrust suit cases still pending, going on, ones you've already paid out?
Thank you.
You're not even subsidized by your own company. why are you the ones to be able to enact a whole different model and by your own admission
Money
saying,
laundering.
no, you can still
Money
do
laundering.
all those problems you're already doing. We just want a cutout of legislation to do what we want to do too. That's not actually addressing all the problems. That's just saying you have all these problems. Can we do this too? That if they were presenting a legislature that would handcuff the WBC, the WBA, and whatnot into no longer being able to do that, that's a separate thing than trying to present a model as a company that does have a bad reputation when it comes to these matters they're trying to present. Continue.
Yeah, and if you had a senator on your side, let me tell you how American politics works. It's the senator that's on your side that ends up attacking the integrity, attacking the history, bringing up the business and lawsuit issues of the panelists, if that's the witnesses. Sorry, the witnesses on the other side of the aisle, right? It's usually not Oscar or Nico that have to bring this to bear in the hearing. It's a senator that'll lay that out and then just serve you up softballs to let you knock those out of the park. Like, well, if you're a witness, Sean, isn't UFC facing such and such lawsuits for such and such a thing? And such, is that your understanding, Sean? Yeah. Well, isn't such and so and so and so happening? Well, yeah. Well, then doesn't that mean such and so and so and so? Well, yeah. And then they go to so and so and be like, well, if such and such is happening, such and such is happening, and that is true, then why are you the guy to fix this problem? And then the guy starts to answer, well, I'm the guy to fix this problem. No, I asked you why you're the guy that fixes this problem if you did this lawsuit, and this is what. Can you explain why you've treated fighters this way? Well, I'm trying to say, sir, I'm trying to answer. That's all those clips you see. That's because that senator has an agenda. He knows what to do to push the buttons and to make the argument so that the guys that he's being paid by don't have to be the bad guys, don't have to seem like they're aggressive. They don't have to have also those facts and make those cases because most of the guys up there are lawyers. Most of those politicians are lawyers. They've been making these.
So Radio Raheem just can't get over that they didn't get no politicians in place to help argue for them.
Type of cases to get when they did serve inept. It was just like they were patting Oscar on the head, like as it.
You sure it's not the fact that? Oh, what do you know? How did that happen? They don't agree on anything, but they're all diehard boxing fans now who agree that boxing needs some change. Are you sure it's not the fact that the most powerful man in TKO, Ari Emanuel's brother, was in the Obama cabinet and that he was also the agent of the current sitting Republican president right now? That sounds like a guy with access to both aisles of political power, if I ever heard one. And it just shows you, to your point, how economic power can lead to them all of a sudden to get along on certain things. What do you know?
This is what they can all be like, you know what? Yeah, Nick's right. This is what boxing needs. They don't care, bro. The check cleared. They're doing somebody a favor. They don't even know what the favor is. Nobody can name the middleweight champion now, before, or in yesteryear. And the fact that
Bernard Hopkins is the middleweight champion who spoke on behalf of the first Ali Act with John McCain. Like the greatest middleweight champion of this millennium. But go on.
John McCain was an actual boxing fan. Like John McCain actually cared. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't even good theater. It was like kindergarten shit, bro. It was like they brought Oscar in to read him a story. The only thing impressive about the status quo side of this argument was Nico Walsh. Like that kid, I'd almost tell him.
I haven't had time to watch it. You watched the Key. What did you think about it?
I did. I thought that Nico Ali Walsh did a very good job of stating the facts of what can occur with this revision. And like he said, if it's not, first of all, I'll take my grandfather's name up off of it. If y'all wanted to be like, basically what I got from it was that this is just a separate. It don't even need to be the Muhammad Ali Act. It really needs to be its own standing. You don't even need to make revisions. Just say that you want what you want for the
But
boxing division.
it wouldn't have worked. They're using Eileen's name, and Eileen
No.
Watts are absolutely correct. The reason why they didn't make their own thing is because they needed to use his name and likeness to get it through. On its own, as a standalone, it wouldn't have worked. You got these idiots, and it's like I'm just so hurt and like dismayed. Like, I mean, I think the people who are signed with Heyman gonna be fine. The others are not. Like the people who are championing this, they think it's gonna hurt the people. It kind of, again, keep talking microcosm. You know how like people voted in a way because they thought they weren't going to affect them, it was going to hurt other people. The people this is going to hurt the most are the people who thought it wasn't going to hurt them the most. The people who are who you're signed to is more important than ever right now, because you got to pray with someone who has some integrity and not going to utilize these new laws and rules to subjugate you. And if there were some people who would have, they're gonna do it. If they people who could have and didn't and fought to maintain the original Ali laws, you're good. And they're like, oh, I see more boxing. I see more we already lost fights because of Turkey. We've already lost fights.
What more?
We're already
boxing?
seeing. We're already seeing the Opatai is not gonna be unified. We already see it. The once you sign over there, it splinters the sport. So anyone saying about like aircraft care, like, okay, like, I don't know, like this is common sense doesn't work with you. I don't know. Like we already saw that that's not what's gonna happen. And so it's like you I agree with him. They're using his grandfather's name for it's a revision of the Ali Act. Because if they just came as a standalone bill and said, hey, we want to strip away your rights, we want to expand the amount of years we can contract you for, we want to change the fact, we want to make it where I can be your manager and your promoter at the same time. They're basically saying it's editing it, but they're basically undoing the whole purpose of it. But they know that the Ali name has reverence, and that would get it further up the ladder. So they are disrespecting our legend, the man who fought for us. That's what makes it overwhelmingly disrespectful. So anybody going with it, I see you as an enemy, because it's like, this man, we know what Ali fought for. So anyone like, oh, I'm okay with it, like, you're a coon. I'm sorry.
Well, and I just want to say this too. For him to come up there, Nico Ali Wash to come up there, he was speaking for a lot of that family, whether y'all know it or not. They just can't put their name on it. And Nico Ali Wash alluded to that when he's made a post stating the fact that a lot of people can't speak because of what they're afraid of what might be done to them. And so I do believe that he represents a lot. Now we know that Ali's ex-wife is for the revision, but we don't know to the in-depth. We know that Bob Arum, being 187 years old, has wrote a letter stating that he's against it. We know that that there's been others that has came out and said that they were for it. So this is very split. It is a very split situation. Some has came out now and has been beefing and disregarding Dana White and Zuffa Boxing and what they're trying to do.
Real quick, think about this for a second. Bob Arum, I would never say, oh my God, he's a keeper. But he has made money off fighters for years. He loved the fact that he had the leverage over fighters for years. For him to say, dang, this is extreme, for the writer of the article, and this is what gets me. Okay, the gentleman who wrote the article about the Zuffa contracts, he's a historian in boxing, well known. His name is Thomas Hauser. I always agree with Thomas Hauser. This man has been in boxing for about the last 70 years. When he said this makes what's his name?
Don King.
Don King look fighter friendly. That should have told you what you need to know. When Bob Arum is saying, "Yeah, I like exploiting fighters, but this is too much." That's think about it. The man who has exploited fighters for decades is saying, "Yeah, you're going too far with it." That should tell you something. And the fact that you got people in the chat like, "Yeah, this is good." Like, you can't be a good person. I'm sorry, you can't be a good person and support stuff like that. You can't be like, you're like, "Oh yeah, I want the ultimate corruption." You can't then like.
That's what I've been saying,
that you're a
Juke.
good person and like be cool later. Like no, like
They
it's
just
time to
want
draw a line in the sand.
they just want the corruption centralized. I
It's
told them that's all that's
time-
gonna happen.
I'm sorry, it's time to draw a line in the sand. It's certain people I can't mess with no more. Like, I'm happy people said their piece. No, ain't we cool? No, we not cool. No, we're not. Something's wrong with you, your humanity. No, we're not cool anymore. Like, no, something's wrong.
They don't know no
Again,
better.
Bob Arum, the Bob Arum, it's like, y'all going too far. That's huge.
Bob was just with Kinahan. He was in the bed with
Right,
Kinahan.
and he's like, yo,
Bobby in every
you
cheating
still
scandal.
get mad at
Bobby
me?
going to
Something wrong with
court.
you as a person. I don't
They
want
be
to
letting Bob get away with everything. Y'all know how much shit Bob done been involved in and then been in court
I'm at a
for and
point
in
now,
trouble
like,
with the feds.
Something wrong with y'all as humans, and I don't want nothing to do with y'all. I'm like, what?
They don't know, Ju. They don't know.
It's
directly
crazy.
benefited from that. But Thomas Hauser in that article about TKO back in January.
That's what you were just talking about, huh, Ju?
That's exactly what I'm just talking about. When
He
Thomas
leaked
Hauser
that
broke down
the
article,
fighters, because of the past and ongoing present TKO has had to deal with their MMA talent, has in their clauses they can't do the kind of class action lawsuit that they're still currently in court for right now with TKO. And so the point I would make is, under the current traditional boxing model, is as bad as it is in many ways and does need improving. We've said that on the show for years. I think everybody in boxing has agreed with that. He was put in court by Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez had the ability to challenge that, what he felt was a wrongdoing. He won. He was freed up. He got to fight under Eddie Hearn and Turki Al-Sheikh and Al Heyman and several different promoters and become more wealthy than any MMA fighter, right? He accomplished great things in doing so. Virgil Ortiz right now, he has his lawsuit pending. They'll have it out in court. Point being, Oscar, for his misgivings, has been taken to task from it by the media, by his fighters. So they have the protections in place right now to take him to task, and they've been successful. We'll see what happens with Ortiz, although the Nevada judge is saying Oscar may actually have a point in this one. But that aside, I do got to give Oscar and Nico credit, even though, yeah, Oscar didn't do great. Like you mentioned it perfectly. He had a great opening salvo, and everything after that, not as much, right? But it takes a lot. At least he's there. And he empowered the people that are subsidizing TKO's Zuffa entry. He's been in bed with the Saudis just like all of them, and that's been a consistent point of contention for me before TKO even brought about Zuffa. Whether it was Oscar, whether it was Hearn, who I sat down and interviewed about it, whether it's when everyone, just to speak for myself and you too, we've taken to task for their misgivings, okay? Just to squash that whataboutism. And he is a day late and $1 short, but at least he was up there. And just like I said, Ali acted like an Ali. Oscar, say what you want about him, all the things he's been done and in the public eye and all the cringeworthy stuff, he still has in that heartbeat part of the pride of a champion that was a great fighter and fought all the. That pride was still on display. At least he showed up. And, I get nervous doing this show with you sometimes, let alone when I had to do the thing with Cameron a couple weeks ago. I was a nervous wreck. I can't imagine being Nico Ali Walsh and having to sit in front of the powers that be in Washington, D.C. and have to take them on head on. So I want to give them credit for that. But to the point about Ali, to stay on that name, Ali, when Nick Khan says in 1976 they made Rocky, boxing was bigger than anything else in American sports and all that, and Ali fought 4 times in a year, right? Well, Muhammad Ali got to constantly put Bob Arum and Don King in a bidding war for his services. That is why in 1974, the Rumble in the Jungle is fought under Don King Promotions in Zaire. And by 1975, in Manila, the Thrilla in Manila, look at Bob Arum. He's like, fuck, I got to compete. I got to come up with a catchy name because that Don King is smart. I got to, not only do I got to present a good check and a good fight, I got to like come up, Thrilla in Manila to rival his Rumble in the Jungle. That is American free market competition, right? No legislating needed by either one of them, who have done plenty of their transgressions and have been in court, both of them, right? But Ali and Ali, so from one year to the other, the Rumble in the Jungle to the Thrilla in Manila, he's fighting under two separate promotional umbrellas. Earlier that decade in 1971, he's not fighting with King or Arum. It's, I think Arum may have had a piece, but it was Madison Square Garden Associates who put on that show. So within the decade, he's fighting under multiple promoters. The price of his fights go up in bidding wars for each other. That is something Muhammad Ali would not be able to do if he signed to a UBO model. And his grandson is right there opposing it right before, and he still brings up Muhammad Ali. Another point I want to make about that, Raheem, he brings up Sugar Ray Leonard and says, Sugar Ray Leonard made $8 million in the same year in 76. He wins the gold medal, and Ray Leonard in 1980 gets paid $8 million, right? He would make even more money than that in a unification, by the way, against Thomas Hearns in 1981. But that aside, Sugar Ray Leonard made $8 million. I looked up. I said, all right, so what's the highest one fight purse publicly disclosed that a UFC fighter has made? It was $8 million by Brock Lesnar 30 years later, okay? And I say publicly disclosed because in all likelihood, someone like a Conor McGregor, a John Jones, maybe even a Ronda Rousey, they exceeded that payday. But we wouldn't know about it as Nick Khan's bragging about being a publicly traded company with transparency, because unlike the NBA, the NFL, the NHL, and the MLB, which the UFC purports to be the combat sports equivalent of in business practice and all that have you, they fought in court to not allow their fighter pay to be publicly disclosed, like all those leagues I just mentioned. So what's the flex of Sugar Ray Leonard got paid $8 million in 1980 when several fighters in boxing last year made more? This year, Shakur Stevenson, I think, made more than that, fighting Teofimo Lopez. What's the flex there when, on the record, you've only had one fighter ever make that much money in your company? So,
and that's in UFC. I have to reiterate that the argument about UFC and what they've done in the lawsuits, the good and the bad, the healthcare argument, whatever you want to frame it as, UFC is not Zuffa, and MMA is not boxing. And you can only really reference that stuff as to, are these the guys who we should trust to put some new legislation together for, so that they can do what they want to do? To me, if you're arguing against this act or this UBO legislation, you're looking at who is putting the legislation forward, what their history is like, what their intention is, and whether or not we can trust what they say and what their execution has been like in the past based on what they've promised.
Is that not what I've been saying?
Can
Why are those not the questions that you would ask?
Can I say something?
No, that was absolutely, he cooked, and it's like, oh my God, it's so much to unpack there. Because
well, let me go. Go ahead, Keith. Let Keith do.
Go ahead, Keith. I'm sorry.
I just want to say this before Jupe start cooking, is that none of this would even be spoken about. And if it would be, it would be at a very minimal level, maybe a correctional or a revisionist level, to revise the current standings of certain policies and parameters if we did not have a union in place. I've been speaking about this for I don't know how long. Boxing needs, if we would have a union on one band, one sound, then we would not have the issues. Look, let me tell y'all something. We would not have these issues, okay? We wouldn't have a Saudi Arabia or a Turkey or a Dana White being able, because all what Sean and this guy is saying is the things that boxing has gotten wrong for many years. From Ali fighting on various promotional companies, which led to the Muhammad Ali Act with various antics that was going on, to our boxers being paid a certain amount of money. Now we got UFC, and now UFC is not being paid, and they've successfully sued Dana White. I mean, there's so much here that they're saying and what they're not saying. And the reason why certain entities, including Daniel Kinahan, including what's that one that Bud Crawford and them fought on? I forget.
What?
I forget BOK,
Oh yeah, be okay.
BOK, all these places that they fought on, right? All these organizations, these promoters, managers, whatever you want to call them, the way these loopholes have been able to work for many, many years, that was put in concrete and stone by the people that manipulated, such as a Don King, such as a Bob Arum, in place. And then a Oscar De La Hoya, and then here comes an Al Heyman, even in the playing field, like, hey, let's do this. If we gonna do this on the side, let's at least make sure our fighters get residuals. Let's at least make sure that our fighters get health care or get paid for their health experiences inside the ring, whatever the case may be, right? If we were to get a union involved, at least in the US, we wouldn't even be having these conversations or these entities being able to come in and do what they're doing to make it to where these individuals that are paid by private entities or oligarchs, however you guys want to classify them, to be on the side of the ruling class party, those that are in charge currently, that can make these things happen. Because I do want to say that after this is done, no matter how this look for the US, no matter what we suffer through, no matter what geopolitical incidents or events that I come in and share with you all, whether it's on 2 Cents channel or on Uppers or whatever other channel I visit, and put the information out there of what's really going on, at the end of the day, there will be a revolution. At the end of the day, there will be people enacted to overturn or to withdraw a lot of this craziness that's happening. And so boxing, unfortunately or fortunately, will continue to go through changes for the next this year up into the next 5 years. Okay. And so I just want y'all to be mindful of that. And this will not happen if we had something set in stone that everybody got behind, that was one
It's
band.
nobody to represent the fighters. Like people keep asking,
But
what would the
that's
union do?
what we
They have
need.
representation because they wouldn't let. Listen, first of all, I'm still thinking about what Jupe said about the health insurance shit, and I don't care what you put in the contract. That sounds illegal.
It does.
That's illegal. Like,
And that's
Not
something we
not
can
not
we
if not if you
disagree.
got the
We
not if you
disagree
got
with
the
like
not if you got the appropriate party that
no
are
man.
backed by the certain lobbyist groups that know the
No.
law and is able to whitewash some things. Now, up until the next elected officials or the next presidential election, if there is one for either or, occurs.
Man, nobody got enough money to be.
Okay, let me just say what I'm
man.
gonna say real quick, because like this is, I'm just so agitated. Okay, I don't think. Again, I think how we got here is that people, boxing fans, some of y'all newbies, allowed. This all started with propaganda. Oh, the problem with boxing, the problem with boxing, the problem with boxing. Just like what part of you saying, and if boxing had this would happen. If boxing had this, that would happen. And at the end of the day, what boxing was is better than anything that we about to see in the future.
Facts.
Y'all try to overcorrect a system that didn't need as much correcting as you thought it did. You got convinced. You got tricked out your spot. That's what's irritating me. Oh, well, boxing to protect.
Nah, Ju, I can't say that, Ju.
Ain't no nah. No, let me say.
Okay, go ahead.
Nah, y'all got tricked out y'all spot because y'all let UFC say, oh, all the UFC fighters are fighting everybody, and y'all compared the UFC to boxing as a sport. Y'all let MMA compare one of their entities to the whole of boxing. That's where y'all messed up. Y'all forgot that MMA was UFC, PFL, Bellator, and 2 or 3 other smaller entities. And you forgot that none of them were fighting each other. And then you compared that one entity, UFC, to the whole of boxing. Meanwhile, the whole of boxing was mixing it up. We got Wilder Fury. We got Bud Spence. We got Tank versus Ryan. We got Inoue versus Fulton. We got a lot of these. We got a lot of these matchups along the way. You got none of those matchups at MMA because you were comparing boxing as a again, boxing is hundreds of years old. Boxing is the oldest sport in history. It's older than basketball. It's older than football. It's older than baseball. It's ancient. And you let them convince you, oh, they're doing this and you need to do this and you did. And now, years later, there's a reason I asked y'all, who's the star UFC? Y'all couldn't tell me. Y'all gave me a whole bunch of people who are basically irrelevant or retired. You following a model that's failed already.
Facts.
You're trying to tell us to follow a model that's already failed with less time. MMA, UFC is young. Boxing is literally centuries old, has lasted older. WBA has been around over a century, and you're trying to keep up with an entity that's already dying in a quarter of the time.
Wow.
Think about that for a second. UFC has been around for about 20 years? The WBA is a century years old, has sustained the test of time. And you're telling them to copy the people who are already dying with a fraction of the time that they've been. You got duped.
Yep.
No, but I gotta rebuttal.
Let me say something. You can have your opinion, but the numbers speak.
But I gotta rebuttal, sis. I gotta rebuttal.
You gonna lose? Go ahead, rebuttal, baby.
No, I'm a rebuttal because I can't say that. I can't say that because for the longest. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Okay, so for me, what I've been following is that for the longest there has been fighters that has not, we can blame it on mismanagement of funds or they're not getting their funds from fighters or whatever the case, or from promoters or management, whatever the case may be. But we've had over the various of years, We've had more fighters dying penniless, right? So I can't put it on the fact that, oh, Zuffa or UFC came in and brought in their model. Again, it was a lick. It was a lick for them to be able to do this because of the loopholes and the grievances
That's
over
not
the
my
years.
argument. That has nothing to do
Hold
with
on, wait a minute. Let me just get this off. For what has been occurring over the years. Now as it pertains to UFC and Dana White, again, if you look at the board and what is being sit on, we can't just say that UFC or what they've implemented within this past several months or within a year. I can argue this has been in a year, this has been in the making for since 2020, because again, it started with golf. If you look up the articles from back in 2020 and 2021, Turkey Al-Sheikh is not new to not only the entertainment and sports industry, but what he was doing to not only golf, but what he was implementing into boxing. And that was back then during COVID. Now you can say coincidence,
nothing
you
got to
can
do with
say whatever.
coincidence. Nothing you
Wait
say
a minute.
has to do
I'm
with what
just
you
trying to
said.
get this off. I'm just trying to get this off, Jude. You can say whatever it is to, you know what I'm saying, what you're trying to argue, but I feel as though they took on what was going on in these various entertainment industries that was being money laundering, extorted, whatever the case may have been, that we can look to towards the past since about 10 years, maybe 15 years ago. And they were able to come in due to the various investments that they have made within this country to come in and be able to change certain laws that were very lax. Okay. So boxing, golf, and other industries, including UFC and MMA, PLF, whatever you want to call, whatever these other industries are called, have been were up for the grabs because they're not unionized. They don't have the taxes and or not even just taxes, but the policies and parameters in place that the mainstream sports such as tennis, boxing, I'm sorry, tennis, NBA, football, and these other sports may have already incorporated. So this was a lick.
Oh, let
And
me say
so
this. Let me say this
years,
too, Key, because it's all like both of y'all are right. It's all encompassing.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I don't understand. I get what he's saying. There's no disrespect. I don't understand what that has to do with my point. Like nothing you said. I'm fine with everything you said. It's a lick. That had nothing to
I'm
do with
not
the
able to
point.
finish.
Yeah, I want you to get to the
No,
point.
but
'Cause it has
go ahead. Go
nothing to do
ahead
with
with
my
yours.
point.
Go ahead with yours.
No. I'm done with my point. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Because you're making it, because from what I'm gathering from what you're saying is, oh, well, they were able to come in and look at what they have done, Dana White and Turkey, and it is just new, and they've taken over and all this other stuff. And what I'm trying to argue is
That
that
wasn't my point.
what
No,
they
that had
go
nothing
ahead.
to do with what I just said.
Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm confused. Okay. I don't know if you heard what I said. I didn't say anything about Turkey taking over. I said nothing about that. I had a completely different point. So I hear what you're saying, and they found the loopholes a lick. That's fine. That had nothing. Okay. Let me ask you
There
finish.
was
Finish
more
your
to
point.
that. Go ahead.
No. Finish your point. 'Cause I'm trying to understand what you're saying had to do
What was
with.
your point, Juke? Running through again. What was
I
your
don't
point?
think she knows. And maybe I'm wrong. Like my whole thing was talking about how like I was talking about boxing as a whole. It had nothing to do with Turkey taking over or them coming in with a lick. Of course,
Boxing as a whole
I
with
agree.
what was the boxing as a whole?
What was your point? Let me hear your point because I want to. I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay, so my point is that again, it started in increments. Okay. from the LIV golf to this flag
It was a
football to
strategy.
it was a strategy, exactly, in which they were able to get onto the sports that were less lax in their perimeters and policies and procedures,
Mm-hmm.
that was not unionized, that was not on the same accord, and that were infighting. So if you look at articles, as I've done, and I'm sure that some of you guys have done as well, from 2020, 2019, 2017, this has been in the making for a long time, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Dubai being invested into these sports, and by them implementing um, um, national security, or at least entertainment um, policies and procedures from a global or a westernized global scale, it allowed them to come into what we're witnessing now into these various sports. Let's eliminate Iran for a minute and be able to take over and do what they do because of the fact that they've invested trillions of dollars. Again, what I said earlier, so although these countries are new as it pertains to the social studies or the geopolitical scales, these are the same countries that have invested trillions of dollars since the 70s, really since the 50s, um into America's everything from the Wall Street to real estate, agriculture, real estate, you name it. They've invested. And so for the past 10 to 15 years, really culminating around COVID era of 2020, when they made their impact, and that's when we began to hear about Saudi Arabia and well, that's when I began to hear about Saudi Arabia and Turkey al Sheikh. That's when we began to see what they were doing and chipping away at, which is no coincidence why Daniel Kinahan has ties to that region. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. And so I can't say, if this is your argument that what they're doing now and everything else, my argument is, nah, this has been going on because this was a lick. If we got Sweet Pea, if we got Kodo and the rest of these fighters dying penniless, not, you know what I'm saying, their families are not reaping the awards or everything, which I continue to say that wouldn't have been so if there have been a union in place or something established for these fighters to reap their benefits after they retire. Then a Turkey al Sheikh or a Saudi Arabia or a Dana White, Zuffa Boxing wouldn't have been able to make their mark and get to the congressional hearing as we're seeing now. This has been in the making from various sports. They have taken down various sports and overcompensated for various sports. And now we're seeing that in the Warner Brothers acquisition and other sports acquisitions. And I won't be surprised if boxing is made monopolized by these acquisitions as far as Zuffa Boxing and what they're trying to do. So that's what I'm arguing.
Okay, and I agree with like a lot of what you had to say, Key. My argument, well, what I was talking about didn't have anything to do with that particularly. I was talking about boxing historically, right? Like, oh, the entities and market, I agree with you. I think we've talked about that ad nauseum. Well, maybe not ad nauseum, but we can always get more into that because this is so much, everything, a lot of you said so much, so interesting, and it's so intricate. I agree. What I was talking about, and I agree, like I understand that there's loopholes and how they got into the industry. What I was talking about is how they tricked boxing fans. I'm talking about the narrative about how boxing was broken. Like a lot of what you said, I agree with. It just has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Was how they sold people and these newer fans on the narrative that boxing itself was broken, and how they're not fighting each other, and MMA is so much better. That was the whole gist of my point. And how ridiculous it is on the face of it. And I proved that by asking y'all, who is the star of UFC? Who's the star of MMA? And none of y'all can name him. But if I ask you at a boxer, you can say Canelo, you can say Tank Davis, you can say certain names. So what I'm saying is that over time, and this is even pre-Turkey, you had people so pro MMA. This whole thing with Turkey unleashing Dana White. Dana White has been anti-boxing for years. He's hated boxing, and I feel like they all culminated when we had Canelo versus Bud. You saw them being anti-boxing, and Canelo was the only person to speak up for boxing. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, and I hear what you're saying, I'm just saying it's separate from what I'm saying. To me, it's two different conversations.
But I think it's the same
You're
because
talking
I
about
think
the fans,
the
She's talking about the
propaganda,
fans.
but I
Juke is
think that
talking
the
about the fans.
propaganda where we have it, so social media, what we have within the past 10 years wasn't like when we had the older stars, but there were still rumblings, there were still
No,
whispers
I agree. I
of
agree with
what
you
was
saying.
occurring. And so if you already have that on the grassroots level of what these fighters, regardless of UFC and everything else, like I get what you're saying, and I agree that yes, once UFC came mounted, came aboard, then of course you get all this, the heightened propaganda. But my point is, it was already there. It's been
I'm
there.
saying
And so
I'm not saying it wasn't
they
already
took that
there.
amount,
I'm
they
saying it
took
was
that
already there.
right,
I'm
but
just
they
saying.
took that amount and they amplified it, and they found a
Oh,
course because of the fact
I'm saying we're not
they can't just
disagreeing.
go
I'm saying
they
it's two
can't
different
just go at
conversations.
boxing
hold on,
in
one mic.
2020. They can't just go at boxing at 2020, 2019, 2017, 2016, when you got all these fighters, when you got the Charlos, when you got the Mayweathers, when you got the rest
No,
of
you
them
can do it with
doing all of
you can
that,
do
but
that.
you
You
can't do
actually
that.
can.
You can't you
If
can't
there's a means, if there's money put towards it, let me just say this real quick.
mm-hmm.
You actually can. If there was means, money, and if I put the means, money, and fortitude behind it, I could do it to any entity. There's holes in every entity.
Right, that's what I was talking
So,
about.
right, that's why
But
I keep
that's the
saying that.
lick. But no, what I'm
I'm
saying
not
is,
saying it's not a lick. I'm just saying
if the
I don't.
propaganda was already there,
I didn't say it
if
wasn't.
you already have the whispers at a grassroots level, if you already got the Durans
They
fans
just took
talking
what
There
was
about,
was
already
no
if
there.
you
okay.
already got the Kodos, if you already
Okay.
got all these
There was
people,
okay. Listen,
all these people talking about, wait a minute,
there was no
where is
Hold
whispers
their
on,
at
hold
a
justice?
on.
Where is their fights?
grassroots level.
Where is this? We've
There
already talked
was
about this.
there
And
was no
then
whispers at a grassroots level. There
there
was
was whispers
no
in Philly.
whispers at a
And yes,
grassroots level.
there was a
There
whisper.
was no
What whispers?
whispers at a
The whispers was,
grassroots
I
level.
can give you a prime example. The whispers, when Don King had his gym, and you had all those fighters and Don's King gyms.
If
Look
there,
this up. Wait a minute, hold on, because you asked for the whispers. I'm gonna give it to you.
I didn't ask you for no whispers.
When
I'm
you
trying to
when
tell
you
you.
when you have
Grassroots.
them,
Do you know what grassroots means?
yes, of course.
Okay.
So when you have all these people, when you have all these fighters fighting, going crazy for to
Nobody
get that,
going crazy, girl.
I was being hyperbolic.
You have to be because they wasn't no
But no, but
wasn't
listen,
no
listen.
damn
Okay, well, let me be
grassroots
factual.
level.
Let me be factual. When you have fighters that are hungry, that are wanting to fight and wanting to get paid, okay? And then you got these fighters that are getting injured or they're unable to fight, when you have these matchups of Mayweather retiring 1 minute, not
You mean like
retiring it.
you mean like the thing that's
I'm
consistent
trying
throughout
to,
centuries
I'm
of
trying
boxing?
to,
Some of that
I'm
thing that's
trying to.
consistent throughout centuries of boxing?
No,
Oh,
some
no,
of them
it is. But it
weren't.
is though.
You had
It's 'cause
no, you had
Hey, hold on, hold on,
no,
hold on,
when
hold
you
on, hold on, hold
history
on,
of
hold on. We got
boxing,
48
Key.
people in here. We got a nice debate going. Y'all punch that like and subscribe button.
Like that's not new to boxing.
No, but it is no. It's not new. But when you are signed up, you had the whole death row, when you had the whole murder row trying to fight.
You're new to boxing.
Trying to fight Robin, when you have the whole one of them trying to fight one fighter.
Y'all gotta talk one at a time so it could be the playback could be good.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up because that like what she's saying is there's nothing new under the sun. She acts like this is new.
No, I'm not saying it's new. What I'm arguing is that it's been there. What I'm arguing is that it's been there and that they were able to capitalize off of it and they went about it through a very various sport. They could not have done this. They could not have done this in 2020 or between 2020 and 2023 when you had the fights occurring. So they did this intentionally and strategically, but the rumblings were always there. When you have fighters dying or retiring or not receiving medical for the incidents that they are occurring inside the ring, then it's always been there.
50 years
Let
ago,
me say
it was
this.
worse.
But let me say this
It
though.
wasn't 50 years ago. It was only 5, 10, 20 years.
What are you talking about? They're like, this is the safest time to be a boxer than ever in history. What?
How? When you have Japanese fighters just lost their lives. Kenyan fighters just lost it. Deja Green just suffered a brain injury. Come on, stop, Jude.
No.
Come on.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me say this. You're gonna have people get injured.
This is the safest time to be a boxer than ever in the history of boxing. There's less people dying now than there were 30 years ago. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not saying I said incidents. I said incidents.
What do you mean incidents? Do you understand?
Yes, I understand, but it's not taken away from what has occurred. All I'm saying is there was a lick. All I'm saying was that there was a lick to be done in.
You don't know no
Come on. That's all I'm saying.
All you saying is what you know today. You don't have any historical reference, so I understand what you're saying.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I just gave you. And if I can finish, but you know what? Go ahead, Jude. Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
What do you mean? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jude. Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead.
Time out. So what was the debate? What's the debate?
I have no idea because at the end of the day,
I said what I said.
Topic that to me, okay, and it's all love, y'all. It's all love. Ain't nobody mad at nobody. I want to make that clear. Me and Key, I don't even understand what we're disagreeing about. I really don't even know because at the end of the day, I had my
but Key said what she had to say. I get what Key was saying. Both of y'all got points, but it's not really a debate.
I'm surprised that we're even debating because like when she was debating my point, to me was the point she brought up had nothing to do with what I was saying. So that's why I'm confused. I'm confused at the jump. Okay. My point was that at the end of the day, I was talking about the laws and I was talking about the Ali Act. That was my point of contention and how they're moving things around for that. Now, at the end of the day, when it comes to and like, oh, they allow rule. Okay, there's always been wiggle room in them boxing. You could do if someone wanted to put that intention and effort into attacking the UFC, they could do so. The point is that no one does that because no one cares about UFC enough to do that because there's not enough money investment in it. They don't have the history, the historical reverence for it. Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty new. So it's
pretty new. So that's why they don't. So she's saying, oh, well, they did all this. When I'm talking about when she said, oh, that's why, it's because they did all it. Like nothing is new under the sun. I've seen Turkey before. That's why I knew what Turkey was going to do. The reason why everything that's happening is something I called out is because I've seen him before. He's nothing new. This is nothing new. We've seen this before. The difference is that he just happens to be in a different country. There's nothing new under the sun. We talk, oh, people dying in boxing. This is nothing new. We've seen this. If you have any historical reverence, this is nothing new.
Well, it's not that it's new. It's newer to the people that's just started watching.
That's
boxing.
What I'm saying. I didn't mean it to be disrespectful. It's that these folks are newer to boxing and they think this is something new. That's why they couldn't call it. That's why you go to the elders for information. They've seen it already. I saw Turkey coming a mile away. We've seen people. We saw Triller try it. We saw Eddie Hearn try it. We've seen people try it. We've seen it.
The difference is that they're reversing the protections.
These fights, and
the biggest difference is that they're reversing these protections for these fighters. That's the biggest difference.
And so I don't even know why I disagree with Kia. All I'm saying is that because I'm saying like that was so confusing. At the end of the day, I agree with a lot, like majority of what Key had to say. I really do. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, we've seen this before, and that like, oh, well, they allowed these entities, and they allowed this, and that.
But I don't think we've ever seen so much political coordination. I don't think we've ever seen so much political coordination.
Now that I agree, because now we have certain people elected office that are all in synchronization to like roll back rights. So that is different. You're right. That is different.
And then let me tell you, this is another thing, because ever since 2020, pretty much all the sports have been on the decline. Now, my question is, why did they come over here and pick the sports that's really not I know like he was like with the lax legislation, but what was golf really doing? Like, did they go into any of these sports that they could even be profitable in? Because you're just not going to step in boxing and be profitable. It don't seem like their plan was to ever even be profitable.
Right. And this kind of reminds me of my original point. My original point is that people are trying to mimic. That was my original point. That's why, like, I get Key is 100% on lots of she said. My point was this. People are trying to, imagine I am your mom, right? And then the grandchild says, okay, I'm going to take everything from you and I'm going to do this thing. And me as a grandparent is trying to copy the thing that the grandchild's doing when I'm the goddamn originator. That's what I'm saying when it comes to boxing.
They're trying to copy. The grandparents trying to copy what the kids.
Oh, well, they're doing this and that. You're the originator of all this shit. That's my point. Like, you're trying to mimic MMA and UFC when literally you're the blueprint of what they're trying to emulate, and now they failed in a shorter time. So imagine me. I'm boxing. I've been around 300 years. I've survived all these hundreds of years. I built all this legacy. And now I'm going to suddenly start trying to copy the copy of my copy that is shriveling up all goddamn ready.
What happens when you copy a copy?
That's what I'm saying. The UFC has been around for a fraction of the time that boxing's been around, emulated it, and they don't have any stars. Meanwhile, the people they emulated, boxing still has stars, and you're trying. That was the whole point, and that's why I get what Keith's saying. But that was the point of. That was the gist of it. That's why I didn't get we're having two different conversations. I don't disagree with Key. I was just saying we're having two different conversations. At the end of the day, why what they're saying. Oh yeah, you're right. They gave them a little loophole, but who cares if you give me a loophole to you mimicking the mimic of my mimic, and it's not even sustaining the test of time that I created. That it's like you copying your own creation. It doesn't make sense. There's no stars in UFC anymore. They had a good decade or two run, and it's already dying out. Boxing
now they running over the boxing.
Boxing has been around for centuries, still going stronger to the point where these people within a decade were trying to come back over to boxing. That's what I was trying to bring home, is that there's a reason why Dana White envies boxing and hates it and wants to destroy it and make MMA number one, because he has to destroy boxing to make MMA number one, because when he tried to do MMA on his own, it failed. That was my whole point. And like, boxing has these. Yeah, well, MMA has the flaws too. The difference is that no one cares enough about MMA to invest in it and really try to do the thing that they're doing to boxing. People care enough about boxing to do all this stuff and to utilize the loopholes and all that. That's all I'm saying.
So MMA failed. Aircraft carrier said MMA failed. Well, it's failing.
I mean, at the end of the day,
people keep saying
MMA star?
UFC is successful, but what are the fighters saying? The fighters are complaining. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are saying UFC successful.
If every MMA star
UFC is successful, hold on, Jupe. UFC is successful, but at the cost of what? The fighters are unhappy. They're complaining. Key, I think I seen that that article you posted in the back where he made $46 million. Whoever that was, he made $46 million. Do y'all think that's what the Bob Arum them make that much money? I'm just curious. Is that standard?
Right. That's all I'm saying, is that at the end of the day, people are trying to exploit boxing because boxing is valuable enough to exploit. No one's trying to exploit MMA because no one sees it valuable enough to exploit. Because it's not because the UFC model is so immaculate and impenetrable that no one wants to exploit it. It's just that there's no wealth in it to exploit. Boxing has wealth to exploit, so people are going to. Every model has, and I agree with Key. We might need unions, we might need all that. All I'm saying is that the difference is that people were duped and complained about boxing so much, and I'm telling you, you're going to wish that you had the flawed boxing back. You're going to wish you had it back. Because
so let me
is going to produce better than whatever this USC kind of fake model. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead, Kay.
So this is what I want to say, right? First off, my argument has always, for this conversation, and again, it's just because we have a back and forth don't mean that it's beef. It will never be beef, right? So my point is,
we go back. Everybody up here go back and forth with each other up here.
Right.
Absolutely, it's no beef. Absolutely.
So my point is that prior to UFC or MMA or PFL or LF, whatever it's called, because I don't watch that, but I've kept an eye on it because I've seen what it was growing. Was that what they were attempting to do, based off, because I've been hearing Dana White talk about the grievances of boxers, okay? And this was years ago. And then, again, connecting the dots, a strategic move of the grievances of boxers and what was going on. Dana White has always had a hard on, has always rubbed his nipples to go at boxing. Those are facts.
But I thought he hated
So
boxing. Key, which one
no,
is it?
he hated boxing, but he wanted to go at it as
No,
well.
he does hate boxing. He
He
don't care about
hates
the
boxing,
grievances.
but he wanted to go at
But
it as well.
he hates boxing, but he likes the money it could probably bring him.
Exactly.
Think about this. Think about this, Susan. Think about this. Do you know how boxers have grievances? Where UFC fighters have 10 times the grievances. The difference is that boxing promoters don't see any profit in going after. That's all I'm saying. There's grievances on every side. It's just that one entity is seen as valuable enough to go after, and one isn't.
But he was able to take those grievances
So
of boxers and use them to his advantage.
advantage. So that's where I'm making. That's the point that I'm making. So with this has came slap boxing, has came all these other type of sports that they have looped in
And
into
failed.
what we call today combat sports.
And
Okay?
failed.
So those are facts. So when I look at, and I know that Jupe and others have said that, or have typed that they don't want to get into their details and everything else. I'm not a, like, for me, like you guys know, yes, my background is psychology, my background is social work, I'm a licensed therapist and everything else, right? But where I get into, for there was a period of time where not only did I do CNA work, right, to get through my undergrad and everything else, but I wrote and researched for a lot of things, okay, and got paid for it. And this is not to diminish anybody or anything. I'm just letting you guys know of what I've been building on for a period of about 12 or 13 years. Because that's how I paid the bills, right? So for me, when it came across my desk and a few others of what was going on, what I embarked on was a journey of geopolitics and being a social scientist. So what I can say is that A plus B plus C equals CDE and also equals XYZ. That might sound crazy, but let me explain. Okay. So how they were able to do this, all right, was several years ago, there was not an LIV golf. There was it did not occur until 2021, but it was in the inception since about 2019, 2018. Some could argue even 2017. Okay. So what ended up occurring again with boxing and the rest of the sports that we are now talking about, including soccer, which I brought up previously,
Boxing hacker, I hope you listening.
which was brought up previously, which I brought up previously. These are not sanctioned as like as I'm sorry, not boxing, as a NBA or NFL sport. Okay. So they were, or tennis or the rest of them. So they were able to get in through that loophole and build up what they wanted to occur back then. So Turkey Al Sheikhnam was talking about Deontay Wilder, Tank Davis, Devin Haney for a Tank Davis, and other boxers' fights back then. This was a few years ago during COVID. Okay. So afterwards, what they were able to do was engulf on that. However, there were some situations that occurred under LIV golf. Now, that allegedly, and I put that in quotations, got straightened out. But now, as we know, that has been dismantled, right? And by that time, there are political papers that others, such as myself, follow, including the Brookings Institute. These are all papers that you guys can look up that have the path to Persia, the Chinese political papers, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, what they want to do with Russia, what they want to do to the Middle East, and everything else. Okay, now all of this is for America. Okay, all of this coincides with what we're seeing today as far as entertainment and sports. It is no coincidence that these quote unquote R&B pop singers, rappers and everything are going on tour for the past few years. This is all by design. Okay? All of this is from the sports and everything else. The only thing I did not gamble on that I was not predicting was the NBA being caught up in betting sports. But golf, all of that was always, they were always trying to get towards that with the 2030 plan of Iran and the rest of them. My argument was with Jupe was that they were able to do this because of the loopholes and the grievances that was filed by all players from golf, boxing, and the rest of them that are not sanctioned or politically parametered sports. Okay, so we fast forward to today, 2025 to 2026 to 2027, and that's what we're seeing right now of what they're attempting to do and
So
to
now,
try
so you're
to.
saying that the war just killed all of that?
No, what I'm saying is it's already been killed.
Mm.
When they tried to enact this during the COVID-19 or COVID 2020, however you guys want to paint it, when they were already getting the money done for all these things, the money was already taken. And that's when we began to see the rest of these sports and the rest of these grievances amplify for what was already occurring.
Okay, and I just want to say
And
this.
so,
Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
and so what we're witnessing now for what's been going on over the years of sports, specifically boxing, let's keep it on boxing, is they were able to come in and loophole the sport. That's all that we're seeing.
Well, a lot
And
of
now
other
we get
things
a
was
Dana White, who is cozy, who has been cozy with this administration via Joe Rogan, via other people, right? To come in with this within this administration and let's get this combed over a bit and get what we want to currently privatize the sport and make it all under one umbrella. So last year, I read a report per Dana White, per the rest of them, out of Zuffa Boxing, which was SELA, SELA, and PLF, and the rest of them, in which they wanted not only boxing but WWE and the rest of them under one umbrella to
oh no,
which
they
they
are
can.
under one umbrella, Key.
Yes, but back then, that's what they were talking about. It has happened.
Mm.
And so this Muhammad Ali Act will be the icing on the cake for the grievances that's been occurring in which they brought towards the congressional hearing from the sanctioning bodies to fighters not being paid. They mentioned all of this. I don't know if you guys listen to Nakan.
But they and
I
that's the
don't
thing,
know.
Key. But
I
they
don't
but the what they're proposing in the act isn't gonna fix it though.
No, it doesn't have to.
Okay, can I just say something real quick before we get into like the more detailed stuff, so we can bear this whole argument thing? That wasn't my argument.
I'm not saying that was your argument. I
I
was
know. Let me
saying
just respond.
I'm just talking about what I was talking about.
I know, but
Whether that was, but go ahead. Go ahead, Drew. Go ahead.
No, I agree. I get what you're saying. I get. I just wanted to just clear up that part so we can move on. When it comes to, because I don't think me and you have a disagreement. I really
Right.
don't think you and I
Y'all
have
just saying two
disagreement.
different things.
I think you and I are just making two different points that make cross-reference. My point had nothing to do with any of that. I was talking about how the boxing public, right? That's what I was talking about. Like saying, oh, and the political stuff, and this is how this happened. I've seen that happen. That's how the IBF became a part of a major sanctioning body back in 1983. That's how the WBA became like everything you're talking about what happened with this happened before. Like he's saying, this is not new. This has happened multiple times in boxing in my lifetime. The same political stuff, all that has happened before at least 2 times in my lifetime. That's all I was saying. I've seen that. That's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about the propaganda to the boxing public and how they convince people about how, in order to accept all the different political changes, everything you talked about how they messed things up and how Zuffa came in and how they say that they were lobbying. I'm 1,000% agreement with you. Me and you are not in disagreement. We were just making 2 different points.
Right.
We're just making 2 different points. That's what I'm saying. You're not disagreement. I've seen this happen 2 different times, so it's nothing new under the sun to me. I'm saying is that how they got the boxing public to go along with the BS, and by convincing them that boxing was so terrible and UFC was amazing because they had a they had you had a false comparison. They were comparing the entire sport of boxing to one entity in UFC. They didn't compare boxing and MMA because that's the thing. People use UFC and MMA interchangeably when it's not the same. UFC is a company, MMA is a discipline, it's a sport. What they forgot to tell people is that MMA is UFC, PFL, and Bellator at that time.
So
And they weren't. That's the only thing I was trying to bring home. How people were duped. That was my entire point.
But my point is they've been duped. All they did was just amplify it.
Oh, let me speak to that. Let me speak to that.
I was trying to explain how they tried to tell us, oh my God, boxing is they're not mixing and matching, when in reality, boxing was
mixing and matching because we can go over the sanctioning bodies.
I know. That was my
point. The promotions.
I agree with you. I'm saying is that they convinced people that boxing wasn't making fights, and UFC was, because they were using UFC and MMA interchangeably.
Let me
say UFC is
making
making all the fights when they weren't, because UFC is MMA and MMA was shutting out Bellator, shutting out PFL.
Doing exactly what they don't want.
Be, right, hold on, y'all. The accurate comparison would be PBC, UFC, Top Rank, Bellator, Matchroom, PFL.
Nah, I can't even say that.
No, but you can't. But that's factually true. That's not. You can't say it's not opinion.
No, but it's not though, because they are actually going at those entities while trying to uplift the other ones.
No. Listen to me, Key.
Hold on, y'all.
Because there's a sand being drawn. There's a line in the sand being drawn. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's a line being a sand on both sides.
Let me get these super chats, Jude.
Not arguable. This is
let me get these super chats, Jude. Shout out to Bobby in the super chat with the $1.99. He says, "Quote 2 cents, Key Jupe, y'all bringing it tonight." Shout out Bobby. We got Aircraft Carrier, $1.99 in the super chat. He says, "Great show tonight." Shout out Aircraft.
And that's all I was saying. Like, I'm like, the stuff you went into, Key, I agree with you. That wasn't the.
But I can't say that MMA, UFC, PFL, and everything. It's not facts, because at the same time, they not even going.
Hold on, y'all gotta get one mic.
Then it's the sanctioning bodies. if that's what
There
if
are
that's what
three
we're
different
comparing it
things.
to,
Okay.
Jai Opataya had to be stripped. Africa
Please, you
had
stop for
to
a
lose
second and
their
listen?
belt. They not
Please.
even on the same side of the street. At
I
least with
know.
the
That's my
UFC,
point.
MMA, PFL, there's
Please.
the same side of the street.
Hey, can you listen? Please stop.
I'm
Stop.
listening.
You're
Hold
not.
on.
That's
One
my
mic,
point.
one mic,
That's
one
my
mic.
point. You're okay. You're not listening.
I'm listening. What's
Yeah,
up?
you can't possibly be. You can't possibly. Because the minute I start talking, you start talking.
I listened to what you said, Jude.
No, you
What you
have
trying to get?
two
What's up?
You have two disciplines: boxing and mixed martial arts. Right? Two different sports. One is boxing, one is mixed martial arts. So under mixed martial arts, you have UFC, then you had Bellator, then you had PFL. All of them had their own sanctioning, they had their own belts, right? That's a fact. That's not opinion. That's a fact, right? Can you agree with that?
Keep going.
No, I need you to say yes or no.
Keep going, Jude.
No, that's a fact. I need to establish facts here.
Jude, keep going. Jude, keep going.
Okay, no, I'm not gonna keep going.
on.
If we can't establish facts, then there's no point. Let's skip the conversation. Because if we're
Jude,
grown
keep
women,
going. I'm trying to see where
we're
you're
not gonna
going with
keep
this.
going. No,
I'm
I'm
trying
not.
to see where you're
Let's
going
move
with
the
this.
conversation. We're gonna move on.
I'm trying to
If
see where you're
we
going
can't-
with this.
If we
I'm
can't,
trying to see where you're going with this.
no, if you have to see, if you can
Nah, because I can argue
if we
either point. Where
if
you trying to
we
go with
can
this?
establish a basic
I
fact
can argue where you're
without you
going with
knowing where
this.
we're going, then something's wrong.
I'm trying to see where you're going with this, Jude.
That's it. Let's move on. No.
All right, well, let's move on
No,
then.
I'm moving on. No.
Let's
If we
move
can't
on.
establish-
Let's move on.
No. If we can't establish a basic fact, it's no point in me having a conversation.
All right, well, let's move on.
Let's move on. You're right. This is what I mean about basic facts. When people can't establish a basic fact, I just said a basic fact, and you can't agree on that, there's no point in having a conversation beyond it. That's a fact. There's nothing.
Well, then let's just move on then.
That's like
Well,
you
let's
saying,
just move on.
hey, can we establish that the sun is hot? And you
Well,
say,
then let's move
I
on
gotta
then,
see
Jude.
what- No, I agree.
Well, then let's just move on.
No, I've moved on.
Okay, well, then let's just let it go. Well, then let's just let it go.
I'm talking to the person whose show I'm on.
I've been
Well, let's
on
just let
here
it
for
go.
about 4 hours. We're
Let
gonna
it
wrap
go,
it up.
because if we can't establish,
Hold on, ladies. Hold on. We chilling.
That's insane.
It's cool.
That's
It's cool.
insane.
I'm gonna let
I
everyone
don't
thank
want to
everybody
anything
for.
that much where I can't establish a basic fact.
Well, we gonna listen. I've been on here 4 hours and 11 minutes. I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight. Shout out to Juke. Thank you for joining me tonight. Shout out to Key. Thank y'all for showing up tonight again for another fire show. A ladies' night. Let me get this off the screen. I'm just getting sleepy, y'all. I'm about to fall asleep over here. Thank you to everybody that helped support the channel. Thank you for all the ladies that's joining in the show. You can join me again Sunday for the Sunday review show. We covered a lot tonight. Talk about the Zuffa. We talked about the Ali Act. We talked about how a lot of things came into play. Talked about how things were before. Once again, I'll be live again Sunday. I should have a video dropping tomorrow. I'm currently editing it right now. Y'all make sure y'all check it out when I drop it. Make sure to check out my shorts that I've been posting up and putting. And if you're not following me on X, make sure you follow me on X at 2CENTS20. We growing and going over there. I'm way more active on X. Make sure you go to IG at 2CENTSBOXING. Follow me on there. I've been posting on IG also. We growing and going over there. Let me see what y'all got. Shout out to all the fellas that joined me tonight. Boxing Hacker, Bobby, Stefan, Aircraft Carrier, Rick, SBG Mello, Dondrick, Lee Jackson, Teach, Night Rider, Dr. Carbon 666, A Sostan, Slogan 1, Cash Crypto, Des 215, Aircraft Carrier. Shout out to all of y'all that joined me tonight. And listen, if you don't want your hosts all in the videos, cussing you out, kicking you off the panel, muting you when you're trying to talk, timing you out in the chat, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.